Chapter 1615. Zhang Zheng was instantly enraged, and his smile became ferocious. "Qin, don't be so shameless. It's your fortune that I'm willing to exchange with you. I'm Bei Ming's disciple. If you curry favor with me, I can talk to the elders of the sect, and they might make an exception to let you join the sect." "Humph. Who cares about Bei Ming? Brother Qin doesn't care." Shui Junfei helped Qin Feng refute. Zhang Zheng was furious. He had drawn his sword to deal with Qin Feng, but was interrupted by Shui Junfei. Zhang Zheng was a little afraid of Shui Junfei, or else he would have beaten Qin Feng up. "Do you have the guts? What kind of man are you if you hide behind others? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me." Zhang Zheng glared at Qin Feng angrily. Shui Junfei didn't know Qin Feng's true realm, so he looked at him worriedly. However, Qin Feng smiled at him and strode over to Zhang Zheng. Slap! Qin Feng raised his hand and slapped. It was so fast that Zhang Zheng didn't even have the time to dodge. With a loud bang, Zhang Zheng's body flew to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. The crowd was in an uproar. They finally realized that Qin Feng had been hiding his strength. Zhang Zheng was a level 6 Holy King, but he was defeated by Qin Feng in one move. It seemed that Qin Feng was at least a level 7 Holy King. For a moment, many cultivators looked at Qin Feng in a different light. Previously, they pretended to respect him because they wanted to see the energy transformation pill, but now they were really in awe. You dare hit me? Senior Shui, please help me. This is an exchange meeting that you organized. Zhang Zheng was so angry that he was screaming. Blood flowed out of his mouth, making him look extremely terrifying. Shui Pingji's expression was cold, but he didn't get angry at Qin Feng. Instead, he glared at Zhang Zheng, who was lying on the ground, and shouted, "You still have the nerve to shout? I've already said that everyone will trade fairly in the exchange meeting. Young hero Qin doesn't want to exchange treasures with you. That's his right. On the other hand, you provoked young hero Qin again and again. He's already letting you off lightly by not killing you. Get lost." Zhang Zheng was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect Shui Pingji to help a nobody go against Bei Ming. "All right, just you wait. Dark North won't let you off." Zhang Zheng fled in a sorry state after uttering these ruthless words, but no one cared at all. He, Zhang Zheng, had the support of a 5-star great sect, Dark North, and the Saint King Realm cultivators present were all talented disciples of their respective sects and families. So how could they be afraid of Dark North? Haha, young hero Qin, quickly take out your other Yuanhua pill and let everyone have an eye-opener. Once Zhang Zheng left, Shui Pingji couldn't wait any longer. Qin Feng didn't keep everyone in suspense and took out the last origin transformation pill on him. These 2 essence transforming pills were refined in the same batch, and the quality of the medicinal pills were the same. It's really the Yuan melting pill. It's of the same high grade as the last one. Young Master Qin, I really don't have the items you mentioned. Can't I use other treasures to exchange for them? For a moment, the group of Saint King Realm cultivators was in an uproar again. The energy transformation pill could be said to be the king pill that they wanted the most right now. Qin Feng's attitude was very firm. He shook his head and said, "I don't care about the other treasures. I only want the black gravel steel, the star tempest sand, and the wood spirit root cultivation method. If any fellow Taoist has these treasures, you can exchange them with me." Most of the cultivators shook their heads and sighed. If they had the things that Qin Feng mentioned, they would have taken them out during the exchange with the previous Yuanhua pill. Shui Pingji also didn't have these items, so he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Young hero Qin, give this old man face and give me this Yuanhua pill. If you have any trouble in the future, feel free to find this old man." Qin Feng glanced at Shui Pingji indifferently. This old man didn't leave a good impression on him. Qin Feng wasn't stupid enough to believe his words. If he gave the Yuanhua pill to Shui Pingji now, he wouldn't be able to find out where this old man went after this. Senior Shui, I'm really sorry. You urgently need the Yuanhua pill, and I urgently need those items. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used the Yuanhua pill to exchange. Qin Feng's words rejected Shui Pingji's request, causing the other party's face to turn ashen. However, Qin Feng pretended not to see it. This old man was just taking advantage of his seniority. The surroundings were quiet for a while. No one stood up to exchange the Yuanhua pill with Qin Feng. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange, but they couldn't take out the items that Qin Feng needed. Qin Feng originally thought that this transaction couldn't be completed, so he planned to leave with Shui Junfei. Unexpectedly, he had just taken 2 steps when an urgent shout came from behind him. Young hero Qin, stop. I have a wood-type cultivation technique, plus 5 million spirit stones. I'll exchange it with you. Qin Feng walked back. The one who spoke was Lin Hao, who had stepped into the peak of 9th Realm Saint King. Qin Feng had some doubts in his heart. Lin Hao's need for the Yuanhua pill definitely exceeded that of some other cultivators. But why didn't this person take out a wood-type spirit root cultivation technique to exchange? Senior Lin, please take out the cultivation technique first, and let me see it. Qin Feng was vigilant. He was worried that Lin Hao wasn't trying to play tricks with him, right? Lin Hao smiled, obviously seeing through Qin Feng's thoughts. Young hero Qin, don't worry. This is the soaring dragon chamber of commerce's airship. There can't be robbery or fraud here. If that's the case, young hero Qin can find someone from the Chamber of Commerce to help you uphold justice. Qin Feng suddenly came to a realization. He had almost forgotten about the soaring dragon Chamber of Commerce. In that case, why didn't Senior Lin take out a cultivation technique to exchange with me last time? Not only was Qin Feng puzzled, but the cultivators present were also a little puzzled. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed. He said to Qin Feng, Young hero Qin, it's not convenient to talk here. If you trust me, come to my room now. We can trade alone. Brother Qin. Shui Junfei walked over. He was still worried. Qin Feng interrupted him and said, It's okay, Brother Shui. Anyway, the others can't take out the items I need. We're going to leave anyway. Why don't we go to Senior Lin's room and have a look? Seeing that Qin Feng was determined to go, Shui Junfei didn't say anything more. Okay, I'll accompany Brother Qin. The 3 of them left the cabin hall. The group of Saint King Realm cultivators were full of disappointment. But soon, they sat cross-legged in a circle again and began to exchange treasures. On the other hand, Shui Pingji looked preoccupied. His old eyes flashed with a few cold lights. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Feng and Shui Junfei had arrived outside Lin Hao's room. Lin Hao looked at Shui Junfei and said, Young hero Shui, I'm really sorry. I can't let you in for the time being. Shui Junfei felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyebrows and said, Senior Lin, there's nothing shameful about your trade with Brother Qin, right? Why can't I go in? Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Qin Feng said, Brother Shui, you can stay outside. Shui Junfei was very smart. He immediately nodded. Okay, Brother Qin, if there's anything, just call me. Old Du is busy in August. 1 update a day. If you have extra time, try to update more. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1616. Qin Feng and Lin Hao had already walked into the cabin. Lin Hao's cabin was quite close to Square Tower. From this, it could be seen that Lin Hao's faction was not simple. Young hero Qin, feel free to sit, no need to be so polite. Lin Hao invited Qin Feng to sit and personally poured a cup of tea. Qin Feng was not familiar with Lin Hao, so he got straight to the point and said, Elder Lin, it's just the 2 of us now. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Hao did not act pretentiously. He was actually more anxious than Qin Feng. He wanted to immediately get the soul formation pill and break through to the Buddha's light realm. However, Lin Hao was very careful. He first set up a soundproof formation in the room, then smiled and said, "Young hero Qin, don't worry. This soundproof formation isn't to harm you. But what I'm about to say is a family secret and definitely cannot be leaked." Qin Feng nodded. Actually, the reason why he dared to follow Lin Hao into the room was because he was confident. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Hao, it wouldn't be hard for him to escape from this room. Lin Hao seemed to have made an important decision. He took a deep breath and continued, "Young hero Qin, actually, I'm from the Shenyuan Lin family." After waiting for a while, seeing that Qin Feng did not react, Lin Hao was confused. "Young hero Qin, do you have anything to say?" Qin Feng asked back, "What about the Shenyuan Lin family? This is the first time I've heard of this family." Lin Hao rolled his eyes. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. He even suspected that this guy was a cultivator from the northern sand continent. If he was, how could he not have heard of the Shenyuan Lin family? One had to know that the Lin family's reputation in the northern sand continent was not inferior to square towers. However, Qin Feng's expression did not look like he was faking it, and he had no need to. Lin Hao laughed bitterly and explained patiently, "Haha, I was being too arrogant. Young hero Qin, the Shenyuan Lin family is a 5-star family. Every disciple in the family is a cultivator with wood spirit roots. The Lin family has a wood spirit root technique that is not passed on to outsiders. It's called the wood spirit technique. This is a heaven-level, low-grade technique. This is why I called you here alone." Qin Feng already understood. However, his interest was not just in the wood spirit technique. He became even more interested in the Shenyuan Lin family. Ever since he found out about the existence of spiritual roots, Qin Feng also knew that there were very few cultivators in the North Sand region who possessed spiritual roots. Even many of the Four-Way Tower's disciples didn't have a spirit root. That itinerant alchemy king didn't have one either. The 4 elders of the Red Flower Hall didn't have one either. However, it was hard to understand that the Lin family had been wood-based for generations. "Senior Lin, you also have a wood spirit root?" Qin Feng asked. Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. The reason why he was surprised that Qin Feng had never heard of the Shenyuan Lin family was because of this. Because every generation of the Lin family had wood spirit roots, this news had been spread by an unknown family disciple a long time ago. In an instant, all the cultivators in the North Sand region were searching for Shenyuan and the Lin family. Their goal was to unravel the mystery of the Lin family having wood spirit roots. All of a sudden, the Lin clan was plunged into a calamity. Later on, the huge Shenyuan Lin clan lived in the North Sands region for more than 10 years, never to be seen again. However, the Lin family did not perish. They merely concealed their identity and went into seclusion. Currently, Lin Hao was a disciple of the Lin family. The reason why he sought out Qin Feng alone was because he was afraid that his identity would be revealed and bring disaster to the Lin family once again. "Young hero Qin, I know what you want to ask. However, regarding the mystery of the Lin families with spirit roots, even we, the disciples of the later generations, are not clear about it. I'm afraid that only the few ancestors that are still alive know a thing or two. It's also because I urgently need soul transformation pills that I called you over alone and exposed my identity as a disciple of the Lin family. Regardless of whether our transaction today is successful or not, I hope that young hero Qin will not reveal this matter after this." Qin Feng was indeed interested in the mystery of the Lin families with spirit roots. However, Lin Hao was clearly unwilling to speak about it. Naturally, Qin Feng would not force him to ask. This kind of matter concerned the fate of the entire clan, so how could it be casually mentioned? "Senior Lin, don't worry. I'm also a cultivator with spirit roots. Therefore, I'll help you avoid it." Qin Feng casually lied. Lin Hao heaved a long sigh of relief. Actually, he had guessed that Qin Feng was a wood spirit root cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have used the soul transformation pill to exchange for an earth-type cultivation technique. It was this guess that made Lin Hao steel his heart and seek out Qin Feng alone to chat. He believed that Qin Feng would not be too fascinated by the mystery of the Lin families with spirit roots. This is the handwritten copy of the wood spirit art. The contents are exactly the same as the original. Here are 5 million high-grade spirit stones. I wonder if they can be exchanged for this soul transformation pill? Lin Hao was not a pretentious person. He immediately took out an item to show his sincerity. Qin Feng's attitude towards Lin Hao slowly became better. He also generously took out the soul transformation pill and handed it over. Senior Lin, I wish you success in breaking through to the Buddha light realm. Seeing the soul transformation pill, Lin Hao's eyes stared blankly. He hurriedly put it into his storage ring. Thank you, young hero Qin. If I can successfully break through this time, I'll owe young hero Qin a favor. If there's anything in the future, young hero Qin can look for me. Qin Feng knew that Lin Hao was in a hurry to prepare for his breakthrough. He did not stay in the room for long. He put away the wood spirit art and spirit stones and left the room. Shui, who was still waiting outside the door. Her expression was somewhat anxious. Brother Qin, are you all right? Seeing Qin Feng come out, Shui hurriedly went up to him. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and smiled. I'm fine. Let's go to your room. On the way, they chatted. Shui found out that Lin Hao did not make things difficult for Qin Feng. The transaction between the two went very smoothly. After returning to the room, Shui went into seclusion to stabilize her realm. Qin Feng took out the wood spirit art and began to study it. He now had many different cultivation methods and martial skills. These secret manuals were all of different grades. The high ones were sovereign cultivation methods, and the low ones were profound, rank martial skills. So when Qin Feng briefly glanced at the wood spirit art, he knew that Lin Hao did not lie to him. This was indeed a heaven-rank cultivation method. Some of the cultivation methods and qi circulation methods were profound and unique. It was refreshing for Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly flipped through it. Unknowingly, the qi in his body began to circulate on its own. He actually began to cultivate the wood spirit art. What's going on? Qin Feng was so shocked that he threw away the wood spirit art. This was a cultivation method that only cultivators with wood spirit roots could cultivate. How could he cultivate it? Could it be that Lin Hao was lying? Master, maybe Lin Hao did not lie to you. It's because of your body. Xiaozhu's voice sounded. Qin Feng was even more confused. What's going on with my body? I can absorb thunder essence and transform it into spirit power. I can also cultivate a wood spirit root cultivation method. Then what kind of spirit root do I have? Xiaozhu immediately pouted and shook his sex pouch like a rattle drum. Master, don't ask me. I don't know your situation either. Qin Feng felt depressed. He suspected that he had spirit roots. It seemed that he had more than one type of spirit root. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 16-17. Although he could cultivate the wood spirit technique, Qin Feng did not delve into it. Now that he had the creation of heaven and earth skill, he was not interested in other skills. Just as Qin Feng put away the wood spirit technique, there was a sound from the cabin door. A familiar voice said, Young hero Qin, are you inside? Qin Feng recognized the man's voice. It was the cultivator who had traded his first energy transfer pill not long ago. Qin Feng was surprised. Why was this person here again? He opened the cabin door and saw the cultivator standing outside. Are you looking for me? The man looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he said, Young hero Qin, I'm Zhong Kue, an independent cultivator. Can we talk inside? Zhong Kue was only a level 2 holy king. Qin Feng was not afraid of him playing tricks, so he invited him inside. Young hero Qin, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit. I'm very grateful that I was able to trade an energy transfer pill from you. Also, I can see that you're very interested in the Blood Moon Stone, so there's something I have to tell you. Qin Fen was stunned. Oh, what's the matter, Brother Zhong? Just say it. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath and seemed to be organizing his words. After a while he said, Young hero Qin, I obtained that Blood Moon Stone by chance in an ancient martial relic on the outskirts of North Sand City 3 years ago. At that time, I only entered the outer circle of the ancient martial relic. The relic was protected by a formation, so I couldn't break through it with my realm. I thought that since there was a Blood Moon Stone in the outer circle of the relic, there must be more in the cave, or even better, treasures. This is the map of the ancient martial relic. I also found these 2 jade tablets in the outer circle of the relic. I'm giving them to you now. You can take a look when you have time. Zhong Kuei took out a cowhide map and 2 jade tablets as he spoke. The jade tablets were the size of a palm and had a very strange shape. Even the material was not ordinary jade. Qin Fen did not know what it was made of. Qin Fen touched the groove pattern on the jade tablet. He could feel that the jade tablet exuded an ancient aura. It seemed that the ancient martial relic in North Sand City had been around for a long time. Brother Zhong, why don't you keep these for yourself? You must know that ancient martial relics are very difficult to find. It's a treasure land that cultivators fight over, Qin Feng said doubtfully. Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly. Young hero Qin, I also want to obtain the ancient martial ruins, but as you can see, I'm only a 2nd-level Holy King realm cultivator, and my aptitude is very ordinary. I'll thank the heavens if I can reach the first change of Buddha or a realm in this lifetime. If I wait until I have the strength to search for the ancient martial ruins, I'm afraid it'll be discovered by others long ago. In that case, I might as well give it to young hero Qin. Although Qin Feng had only displayed the strength of a first-stage Saint King after boarding the flying ship, he was still a Saint King. However, Zhong Kuei could tell that this was not Qin Feng's true realm. Which first-stage Saint King cultivator could casually take out an origin transforming pill? Furthermore, during the exchange, when Zhang Zhang, a 6th-stage Saint King, had pointed his sword at Qin Feng, Zhong Kuei had not seen the slightest trace of fear in Qin Feng's eyes. In fact, there had even been a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Qin Feng didn't know that Zhong Kuei had observed him so carefully, so he didn't argue anymore. He put away the map and the 2 jade tablets, took out 2 jade bottles, and handed them to Zhong Kuei. Young hero Qin, this is? Zhong Kuei was confused. Qin Feng smiled and said, Open them one by one, and you will know. Zhong Kuei opened the 2 jade bottles and was immediately stunned by the elixirs inside. This is the Golden Soul Pill and the Golden Soul Pill. How can this be? Zhong Kuei was dumbfounded. The Golden Soul Pill was the best elixir for a 2nd-stage Saint King to break through to 3rd-stage Saint King, while the Golden Soul Pill was a supplementary elixir for a 3rd-stage to 4th-stage Saint King. When he saw Qin Feng take out the origin transforming pills, he had already guessed that Qin Feng was very rich, but he didn't expect him to be this rich. Facing these elixirs, Qin Feng didn't seem to care at all. Brother Zhong, please accept them. Actually, I am an alchemist, and these elixirs are already useless to me. Why don't I give them to you? I believe that they will help you break through to 4th-stage Saint King quickly. Zhong Kuei felt like he was dreaming. With his aptitude, who knew how many years it would take for him to step into 4th-stage Saint King. But with these 2 bottles of elixirs, he was confident that he could step into 4th-stage Saint King within a year. Young hero Qin, then I won't stand on ceremony. These elixirs are indeed of great help to me. Zhong Kuei accepted the jade bottles and thanked Qin Feng several times. At this time, Xue Junfei came out from his seclusion. Zhong Kuei greeted him and left. He was merely a 2nd-stage Saint King, but he had exchanged for an origin transforming pill. Now, who knew how many eyes were on him. He planned to hide in his room and cultivate in seclusion while the flying ship was in the air. Xue Junfei casually asked Zhong Kuei's purpose for coming, and Qin Feng mentioned the ancient martial ruins. Xue Junfei didn't ask about the location of the ruins, which made Qin Feng very satisfied. "Brother Qin, there is an alchemist exchange tonight. Should we go and take a look?" Xue Junfei suddenly became spirited. "Oh, isn't the alchemist exchange only open to alchemists? You are also an alchemist?" Qin Feng was a little surprised. Xue Junfei scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Brother Qin, you must be joking. If only I was an alchemist. Tonight's alchemist exchange is different from the Saint King exchange. There are no restrictions on the identity of the cultivators attending. However, only alchemists are allowed to enter the main venue. Ordinary cultivators like us can only listen to them discuss alchemy." Everyone knew alchemists were extremely rare in the divine supreme continent, and alchemy was one of the indispensable cultivation resources for cultivators. Therefore, the alchemist exchange attracted a large number of cultivators during the treasure hunting trip to the Fallen God Sea every year. Originally, Qin Feng didn't want to participate in the alchemist exchange, mainly because he was afraid of being recognized. However, seeing Xue Junfei's expectant look, Qin Feng didn't want to spoil his mood. Moreover, Qin Feng also had a plan. He wouldn't go to the main venue as an alchemist. He would only listen to the discussion with Xue Junfei outside the venue. This way, he wouldn't be recognized by the people from the 4 major pill workshops. The 2 of them had already rushed to the venue. Before they even got close, they could see that the deck in front of them was filled with people. There was a dense mass of hundreds of people. Everyone was gathered on the surrounding high platforms. In the middle of the crowd, there was a low and spacious area. There were many disciples from various sects sitting around the area. The disciples from the 4 major pill workshops were sitting in the main seats, while the disciples from other alchemy sects and clans were arranged in rows. The genius disciples from the 4 major pill workshops are all gathered here. This is a rare sight. I admire the big senior brother of the Square Tower, Su Baijin. He became a level 5 tier 6 golden pill refiner at the age of 40. Most importantly, he's amiable and doesn't put on airs. I've even asked him to refine pills before. Speaking of the Square Tower, Su Ru is the most talented in alchemy. She's already a level 7 tier 6 golden pill refiner in her early 30s. She's practically the #1 alchemy genius in the northern sand continent. Chapter 1618. The gathering had yet to officially begin, but the surrounding cultivators were already in a frenzy. After Xue Junfei joined the crowd, he became very lively and chatted nonstop with Qin Feng. "Hero Qin, which pill refiner do you admire more? Among the 4 pill refiners in the northern sand continent, I personally prefer the Square Tower because the quality and pill refinement standards of the pill refiners here are very high. Compared to the other pill refiners here, I admire Elder Su more. Rumor has it that he is a level 3 tier 7 pill king, a level higher than Su Baizhan and Su Ru'er. And among the younger generation in the northern sand continent, Su Ru'er has the highest talent in pill refinement. However, she is only a golden pill master and is unable to break through to become an pill king. That's right, I also admire the #1 pill king Elder Xing of the itinerant cultivator world. As an itinerant cultivator, without the support and nurturing of a large family clan or sect, he was able to step into the ranks of the alchemy king. This was an unbelievable thing. However, Elder Xing is an upright person and would not come to the fallen god sea to search for treasures. Xue Junfei mentioned many familiar names to Qin Feng, especially Elder Su and Xing Sanfeng. Qin Feng respected both of them. I heard that Elder Su took in a 3rd disciple some time ago. Why didn't I see him among the pill refiners of the Square Tower? Someone asked. This news exploded in the crowd like a bomb. What? Elder Su took in a new disciple? He hasn't taken in a new disciple for more than a decade. What's that disciple's name? What does he look like? What level of alchemist is he now? Don't ask me. I only heard it from others. As for the details of that disciple, I'm also very curious. Not many people knew that Qin Feng had gone to the Pill City to take the Golden Pill Refiner examination. Even fewer people knew that he had used the purple serene flame at the pill gathering and had been taken in as a disciple by Elder Su. It was unknown how the news had spread, but many of the spectating cultivators had heard about it. When Qin Feng heard everyone talking about him, he was somewhat worried that he would be recognized. However, after a while, Qin Feng realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. Although many people were talking about his identity and some basic information, no one could recognize him. These cultivators had only heard some rumors. Perhaps only the disciples who had taken the examination at the pill gathering would be able to recognize Qin Feng. After discussing for a while, there was finally some movement in the field below. At this moment, the disciples of all the major alchemy sects and clans had gathered at the main venue. It was as if they were at the Mount Hua sword tournament. This was because the people who ventured to the fallen god sea to search for treasures were all of the younger generation, and even the oldest pill refiner gathered at the main venue was less than 60 years old. As a result, Su Baijin and Su Ru, Ari's positions became the highest. Fellow Taoists, the various pill shops, sects, and individual forces have gathered here today to exchange our insights in pill refinement and improve together. Now, the pill refiner exchange will officially begin. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Su Baijin went up on stage as the representative to speak. The noisy environment immediately quietened down. Even though there were many cultivators with high cultivation realms among the spectators, no one could compare to Su Baijin in terms of alchemy. Putting aside Su Baijin, even a random alchemist was not someone that these ordinary cultivators could compare with. There are two main events in today's Alchemist Exchange meet. The first is the exchange of alchemy pills, and the second is to ask any questions. Now, let's begin the medicinal pill exchange segment. As soon as Su Baijin finished speaking, thunderous applause came from outside the venue. However, as if everyone had agreed on it, the applause did not last for long. Soon, the deck quietened down again. At this moment, a young man in white jumped onto the stage and pointed at the jade bottle in his hand. Fellow Taoists, I am a rogue alchemist, Yu Hui. Currently, I am a Tier 3 spirit pill refiner. I am holding a bottle of golden sage pills in my hand. It can help cultivators at the peak of a mortal chi stage break through to the Saint King stage. The cultivators who came to the fallen god sea to search for treasures were of varying strength. They ranged from the immortal chi stage to the spirit detecting stage, and most of them were immortal chi stage and Saint King stage cultivators. Therefore, when the golden sage pills were displayed, many cultivators screamed. This kind of pill was precious in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but it was clearly not qualified to be used in the pill refiner exchange meet. Soon, a woman in black arrived on the stage, riding on the wind. After going on stage, she looked at Yu Hui with disdain. Then, she stretched out her slender hand, and a golden pill shone brightly in her palm. What a strong pill fragrance! What pill is this? I know that woman. She is Xian Chenxue, a disciple of Snowfield City's Xian family. The Xian family is an alchemy clan, and there are many alchemy geniuses in the family. It is said that Xian Chenxue is a golden pill refiner who is only 30 years old. It is really enviable. That is a bottle of golden jade pills. It can help cultivators at the Saint King stage break through to the second stage. Someone mentioned the pill in Xian Chenxue's hand, and the crowd screamed again. Xian Chenxue enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. However, she did not stand there for long. Another man in gray stepped onto the stage. Haha, it is just a bottle of golden jade pills. There's nothing special about it. Look at the pill I brought. The man opened the jade bottle. It was a golden soul pill. This was a pill that could help cultivators break through to the third stage of the Saint King stage. The cheers of the cultivators were getting louder and louder. They saw the grade of the pills being raised again and again. If this continued, wouldn't king pills appear in the end? New alchemists went on stage continuously, and they took out even more dazzling pills. However, these alchemists were short-lived. There would always be more powerful pills appearing. At this moment, the person standing on the stage was the representative of the Spirit Elixir Association, one of the 4 major elixir workshops. The man who went on stage was not Feng Huasher. He was much older than Feng Huasher, and he took out a golden spirit pill. Brother Qin, that is the young elder of the Spirit Elixir Association, Feng Qitian. It is said that he is a Tier 6 golden elixir master. I did not expect him to take out a golden spirit pill. However, it does not seem to be as good as the golden spirit pill that Brother Qin gave me. Although Feng Qitian's alchemy level was higher than Su Baizhin's, he was already over 50 years old. In terms of seniority, he was 1 level higher than Su Baizhin and Feng Huasher. The moment the golden spirit pill appeared, the crowd became unprecedentedly lively. This was an elixir that could help a Saint King break through from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. When Qin Feng saw everyone's reaction, he realized what it meant for him to take out an essence transformation pill at the Saint King exchange not long ago. The golden spirit pill was only a Tier 5 golden pill, while the essence transformation pill was a Tier 2 king pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. After the golden spirit pill appeared, many alchemists from various sects and clans lowered their heads. A golden spirit pill of this quality was considered rare. Among the alchemists present, only a few could refine it. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1619. Most of the pills that these pill refiners took out were refined by themselves. This was because the alchemist exchange mainly focused on the pill refinement level of an individual. If everyone took out some top-grade pills given by their sects or clans, then it would be a competition of who had the strongest backing, which would be completely meaningless. As such, a level 5 grade 6 golden spirit pill was already of a high grade. After all, most of the participants were young pill refiners. There were no pill kings among these pill refiners, and there were not many golden pill refiners. Most of them were spirit pill refiners. Seeing that no one else went up the stage for a long time, the spectating cultivators started to discuss fervently. Senior Feng Qitian is indeed from the 4 great pill workshops. The moment he went up the stage, he shocked the crowd for so long. I'm afraid that no one else can take out a better pill than him. Senior Feng is a level 6 grade 6 golden pill refiner. Even Square Tower's Su Baizhin is not in the same generation as him. This person is just taking advantage of his seniority. There's no way to compete with him. It's not completely hopeless. Rumor has it that Square Tower's senior sister Su Ruer is already a level 7 grade 6 golden pill refiner. It's just that no one has seen her refine pills before, so no one knows if it's true. Many people's gazes landed on Su Ruer. She wore a white muslin dress that fluttered in the wind. Standing at the side, she looked like a fairy that could be blown away by the wind. Ruer, can you do it? Su Baizhin was also looking at her. Su Ruer had a proud expression on her face. Even in front of Su Baizhin, she maintained a trace of coldness. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew. Su Ruer's white dress fluttered as she landed on the stage, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The spectating cultivators exclaimed in surprise. While they were mesmerized by Su Ruer's beauty, they realized that this woman was actually a cultivation expert. The speed at which she went up the stage and her light steps were definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. So it's Square Tower's Su Ruer. I wonder what pill you've brought this time. Seeing Su Ruter go up the stage, Spiritual Pill Association's Feng Qitian had a bright smile on his face. However, his heart turned cold. He was really afraid that Su Ruer would take out a better pill than him. Su Ruer did not even look at Feng Qitian. Feng Qitian was 1 generation higher than her, so it was clear that this woman had an arrogance in her bones. It could even be said that there were no cultivators that could catch her eye. Su Ruer did not waste any time. With a shake of her jade-like hand, she took out an exquisite jade bottle from her storage ring. When the bottle was opened, the fragrance of pills filled the air. This is a bottle of golden yuan pills. All late-stage St. King Realm cultivators can take them. The effect is excellent. Su Ruer's words were simple, but they caused a huge commotion outside the arena. It's actually a golden elemental pill. This is a level 8 grade 6 golden core. As long as a level 7 to level 9 Holy King cultivator uses it, they will be able to break through quickly. With the appearance of the gold origin pill, Senior Feng Qitian's gold origin pill is not even worth mentioning. It looks like the 4-way tower has stolen the limelight in this alchemist exchange. The 4-way tower is indeed the #1 pill store in the North Sand region. The disciples of the sect are all geniuses. Everyone began to praise Su Ruer. Who wouldn't like such a young, beautiful, and talented girl? However, Su Ruer gave off a cold and arrogant feeling, giving off a feeling that she was not worthy of her. Su Bai was stunned on the spot. When he saw the gold origin pill, he realized something shocking. Su Ruer was only 30 years old, but she had already become a level 8 grade 6 golden core refiner. She was 1 step closer to becoming an elixir king. Humph! Seeing that the limelight had been stolen, Feng Qitian glared at Su Ruer, coldly snorted and jumped off the stage. Su Ruer did not even bother to look at him. She swept her emotionless gaze across the many alchemists in the main arena and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete with me?" Her tone was very calm, but it exuded a powerful aura. She was even more domineering than a man. Xue Junfei was infatuated with her, but when he came back to his senses, he shook his head and sighed. Su Ruer is the goddess in the hearts of most male cultivators in the North Sand region. It's just that she is too outstanding, making people feel ashamed of themselves. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He felt that Su Ruer was too arrogant. It was true that she had some strength, but her cold and arrogant attitude made people feel uncomfortable. Moreover, this woman was not that powerful. At the very least, he had defeated her once and snatched her first place on the Red Flower list. Xue Junfei saw that Qin Feng kept staring at Su Ruer, so he clearly misunderstood Qin Feng's intentions. He smiled evilly and said, "Brother Qin, have you also taken a fancy to Su Ruer? But with your temperament and charm, you might really be able to win the goddess' heart." Qin Feng hurriedly interrupted him and said, "Forget it. Whoever marries that woman will be depressed to death by looking at her cold face every day." Xue Junfei looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He thought to himself that in the entire North Sand region, only Brother Qin would dare to say such words. The alchemist hall was silent for a long time. Under the pressure of the level 8 6th grade gold elemental pill, no one dared to go up the stage. Su Ruer's alluring lips curled up, and a proud smile flashed past her face. Just as she was about to get off the stage, she saw a black figure rush up the stage like a hurricane. "Lu Hui, what do you mean by this?" Su Ruer instantly felt as if she had been slapped in the face. She looked coldly at the man who had landed in front of her. The man on the stage was Lu Hui from the Treasure Pill Pavilion. He was only a level 3 6th grade gold elemental pill master, so he was no match for Su Ruer. But he had come up the stage at this time, so he was clearly prepared. Lu Hui had a wretched look in his eyes as he sized up Su Ruer. This person was famous for his lust. Back when Zhuo Xiaoya had asked him to refine pills for her, he had even wanted to take her for himself. When Su-Ru saw Lu Hui's evil gaze, her expression became even colder. Take out whatever pills you have. If you dare to look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Lu Hui felt a wave of killing intent approaching him, and his entire body trembled. He was only a first-grade Saint King, so he was clearly no match for Su-Ru. Since I'm going up the stage, I naturally have pills to suppress you. Don't be too arrogant now, or you'll be a laughingstock when you get slapped in the face later. Lu Hui retracted his gaze, not giving Su-Ru any face. Each of them represented a large pill store, and the two sects were always in conflict with each other. A battle like this was normal. Su-Ru did not speak anymore, and she did not even bother to look at Lu Hui. She was very clear about Lu Hui's alchemy skills. Su-Ru did not believe that this guy could take out a pill that could suppress the gold elemental pill. Lu Hui did not waste any more time. He carefully took out a jade bottle and poured out a gray pill. What kind of pill is this? This is the first time I've seen it. It's obviously not one of the great pills that Saint King Realm cultivators need. Also, looking at the color of this pill, why does it look so crude? How can he take out such a pill? How can it compare to Su-Ru's gold elemental pill? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Most of them were not optimistic about Lu Hui's chances. Chapter 1620. Su-Ru glanced at the elixir in Lu Hui's hand, and a look of confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. She actually did not recognize what elixir it was. Mobile phones are the most user-friendly, ad-free site. At this moment, Su Baijin, who was standing below the elixir meet venue, was also frowning. The 4 Square Towers disciples were surrounding him and questioning him. Senior apprentice Brother White Real, what kind of medicinal pill did Lu Hui take out? Why haven't I seen him before? No matter what kind of elixir it is, it definitely won't surpass Senior Sister Ru's golden essence elixir. Su Baijin did not answer. He could not answer the questions of his junior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Lu Hui spoke. When he spoke, he used his breath, and his voice was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone, I am the representative of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Lu Hui, and I have brought you a rare divine pill today. As soon as the word divine pill was mentioned, everyone burst into a commotion. How long had it been since a divine pill had appeared in the divine continent? Even an immortal pill had not been seen in 100 years. Was Lu Hui exaggerating? Seeing the excited crowd, Lu Hui was very satisfied. She continued, I believe most of the cultivators here have never seen this pill in my hand. This is an earth spirit pill. It can give cultivators without spirit roots a chance to develop earth spirit roots. The earth spirit root was one of the 5 main spirit roots. Although it was slightly inferior to the metal, wood, water, and fire spirit roots, it was still a kind of spirit root. When they found out what the elixir Lu Hui had taken out meant, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Is that an earth spirit pill? How could you possibly refine an earth spirit pill? Su-Ru's expression changed drastically. Her usually cold and arrogant demeanor crumbled at this moment. Lu Hui's face was full of pride as she laughed and said, Su-Ru, why can't I refine an earth spirit pill? This earth spirit pill was personally refined by me. Oh, right. Everyone says that you are the most outstanding alchemy genius in the northern sand continent. Can you concoct an earth spirit pill? Su-Ru was stumped by the question and could not refute it. She really couldn't concoct an earth spirit pill. It wasn't that the earth spirit pill's grade was very high. In fact, this kind of pill didn't even have a clear division of pill grades. It was a type of pill without grades. The reason why he couldn't concoct it was because the recipe for the earth spirit pill had long been lost. Where did Lu Hui get it from? Earth spirit pill? Was it really an earth spirit pill? It said that the last time this pill appeared was 30 years ago. I didn't expect it to appear again. Alchemist Lu, Does your treasure pill pavilion possess the pill formula for the Earth Spirit Pill? Are there any Earth Spirit Pills for sale in the Northern Sands region? I want to buy it. If the Earth Spirit Pill could be mass-produced, wouldn't we all have spirit roots? Although it's the worst Earth Spirit root, it's still better than nothing. The appearance of the Earth Spiritual root sent the crowd into a frenzy. Many cultivators nearly rushed up to the high platform to snatch it. Qin Feng was shocked by this scene. He had previously underestimated the rarity of the Origin Transformation Pill, and now he realized that he had underestimated the preciousness of the Spirit Surge Pill. An Earth Spirit Pill could turn these cultivators into such a state. If everyone knew that he had the recipe for the Spirit Surge Pill, wouldn't he be captured in an instant? Brother Qin, it's actually an Earth Spirit Pill. This time Treasure Pill House is going to become famous. Xue Junfei, like the other cultivators, did not stop screaming. Qin Feng rubbed his ears. He felt like his eardrums were about to burst. He complained, "It's just an Earth Spirit Pill. I wouldn't even want it if you gave it to me." Xue Junfei was stunned. He looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. If someone else said this, Xue Junfei would definitely think that they were bragging. But after seeing Qin Feng's extravagance, Xue Junfei did not think so. "Brother Qin, you also have an Earth Spirit Pill?" Xue Junfei could not remain calm. Qin Feng looked at him in confusion. He asked, "Brother Xue, don't you have a Wind Spirit root? Why do you care about an Earth Spirit root?" Wind Spirit root was obviously better than Earth Spirit root. Whether it was the cultivation method or martial skill, it was better than Earth Spirit root. Xue Junfei also looked at Qin Feng in confusion. "Brother Qin, it's true that I have a Wind Spirit root, but that doesn't affect my Earth Spirit root." Qin Feng was stunned. This was the first time he heard that a cultivator could have 2 or more spirit roots. In the next second, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered that all the grooves on the testing stone were lit up. Could it be that he had an all-element spirit root? At this time, Lu Hui's proud laughter came from the high platform. "Haha, Su Ru'er, although my Earth Spirit Pill has not been graded, it definitely surpasses Golden Core. It can at least be listed as an Emperor Pill. Are you convinced now?" Lu Hui had a smug look on her face. Su Ru'er stood to the side with a cold expression. Although Lu Hui's words were a bit exaggerated, the Earth Spirit Pill was not at the level of an Emperor Pill, but he had to admit that this pill's medicinal properties were very special. At the very least, it could be ranked among the top Golden Core pills. Although Su Ru'er was arrogant, she was a person who could accept defeat. She did not even look at Lu Hui. She flew off the high platform. Immediately, the Treasure Pill Pavilion's disciples cheered as if they had won a battle. No one else went up to the high platform to compete with Lu Hui. Unless someone could take out a real Emperor Pill, they would not be able to compete with Lu Hui's Earth Spirit Pill. Haha, since there are no more fellow Taoists coming up to compete, I'll be going down. Lu Hui was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He had been in the limelight today. He had even made the Treasure Pill Pavilion even more famous. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded by the Grand Elders. Before he could get off the platform, Su Baizhen's voice suddenly sounded. "Lu Hui, you're only a Tier 3/6 grade Golden Pill refiner. How did you manage to refine an Earth Spirit Pill? I suspect that you did not personally refine this pill. You must have obtained it by chance, or perhaps it was a gift from a senior of the Treasure Pill Pavilion." Lu Hui's face immediately darkened when he heard Su Baizhen's question. Even though there were no clear rules in this alchemist exchange, everyone was competing with pills that they had personally refined. If Lu Hui really took out someone else's pill, it would be very embarrassing. "Su Baizhen, don't slander me. Of course I refined this Earth Spirit Pill myself. Could it be that your 4-way tower lost this alchemy competition and is trying to frame me?" Lu Hui immediately retorted. Su Baizhen did not mind his words. He continued, "The Earth Spirit Pill's pill formula has been lost for a long time. The refining process is also very complicated. As a Tier 3/6 grade golden pill refiner, it is really hard to believe that you could refine such a pill. Why don't you refine a cauldron of Earth Spirit Pill on the spot to prove your innocence?" A hint of panic flashed across Lu Hui's eyes. How could he know how to refine an Earth Spirit Pill? The one in his hand was something that he had unintentionally found in an ancient martial ruin. Hearing Su Baijin's words, the surrounding cultivators became excited. The Earth Spirit Pill was extremely precious and had even been lost for a long time. If Lu Hui could really refine it on the spot, it would mean that the pill formula for this pill had once again appeared in the world. Wouldn't everyone be able to break through to the Earth Spirit root? Chapter 16:21. Lu Hui pretended to be cold and arrogant as he said, "Humph. The Earth Spirit Pill is extremely precious. How can it be refined in public? If your four-way tower takes the opportunity to study my pill formula, wouldn't our treasure pill tower suffer a huge loss?" The agitated crowd sighed. It looked like it was impossible to watch the Earth Spirit Pill being refined in public. Many cultivators even started to suspect if the Earth Spirit Pill was refined by Lu Hui personally. One had to know that any pill formula was very profound and complicated. It had strict requirements on the control of the fire and the order in which the herbs were refined. Even if Lu Hui refined the pill on the spot, no one would be able to see through the pill formula. Even ordinary cultivators could see through the problem. So Su Baijin naturally understood it even better. However, Lu Hui insisted that he was the one who refined the Earth Spirit Pill. So Su Baijin could do nothing about it. Haha, looks like no one dares to challenge me. I'll be going down then. Lu Hui felt a little guilty and couldn't wait to get off the stage. Su Baijin shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, he saw Qin Feng's figure under a pole. "Junior brother Qin Feng, you're here too. Why aren't you at the venue?" Su Baijin shouted in surprise. The surrounding cultivators suddenly quietened down and looked in the direction of Su Baijin's gaze. Qin Feng felt a little depressed. He had intentionally hidden among the spectator stands, but he had still been discovered. Shui Junfei jumped in fright and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Brother Qin, you know Four-Way Tower Senior Su Baijin?" Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't explain further. Since Su Baijin had taken the initiative to call out to him, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see him. He flew to the main venue. Who is that kid? He looks so young, and his cultivation base is very ordinary. Su Baijin actually took the initiative to greet him. "I know. That young hero can't be Elder Su's new disciple, right? According to his age, he should be in his early 20s. I heard that Elder Su's new disciple is also an alchemy genius. Not long ago, he passed the examination to become a grade 6 golden pill refiner. He's only in his 20s. If he continues to develop, won't he surpass Su Ruer's current achievements?" Qin Feng wanted to keep a low profile, but he accidentally became the center of attention again. Lu Hui suddenly froze on the high platform. When he saw Qin Feng, his expression was incomparably sinister. He looked like he wanted to skin Qin Feng alive. "Senior brother White Real, senior sister Ruer." Qin Feng greeted them. Su Ruer was as cold as ever and simply nodded at Qin Feng in response. On the other hand, Su Baijin was very enthusiastic and chatted with Qin Feng for a while. "That's right, junior brother Qin Feng. Do you have any medicinal pills that can defeat Lu Hui?" Su Baijin suddenly brought the topic back to business. Actually, after asking this question, Su Bai didn't have much hope in his heart. He had gone through the Elixir Association's assessment with Qin Fin and knew that Qin Fin was only a Class 3, Level 6 Golden Elixir Master. Even if Qin Feng had refined the most difficult consciousness pill, he would at most be at the level of a Rank 4 or Rank 6 Golden Pill Master. How could he compete with the Earth Spirit pill? There's no need for him to go up, lest he embarrasses himself. Our four-quarters tower admits defeat this year. Who could have thought that Lu Hui would be so shameless as to use a pill forged by someone else to compete before Qin Feng could say anything? Su Ru Er said coldly. This woman wasn't intentionally looking down on Qin Feng. It was just that she was naturally arrogant and straightforward. She would say whatever was on her mind. Su Baizhen had an awkward expression on his face. Even though he knew that asking Qin Feng to go up was useless, he wouldn't say it out loud. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Even though he knew that Su Ru Er had no ill intentions, he was still dissatisfied with her cold and arrogant attitude. However, at this moment, Lu Hui's laughter came from the high platform. Haha, Qin Feng, do you want to compete in alchemy or not? If you don't dare, just say it. Don't waste my time. Previously, during the Elixir Association's assessment, Lu Hui was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Qin Feng and even caused him to fail the alchemist assessment. Now that she finally had a chance to vent her anger, Lu Hui was laughing so hard that her intestines were about to burst out. Qin Feng originally didn't want to participate in this alchemist exchange, but who would have thought that someone would extend their face for him to slap? Moreover, he was now Elder Su's disciple and could be considered half a disciple of the Four Quarters Tower. Moreover, he had a feud with the Treasure Pill Tower. How could he allow the people of the Treasure Pill Tower to be so arrogant? Swoosh! Qin Feng leaped up and landed on the high platform in the blink of an eye. The crowd exclaimed. Everyone was already very interested in Qin Feng's alchemy skills. It seemed like there was going to be a big show to watch. Lu Hui was stunned. She really didn't expect Qin Feng to dare to go on the stage. However, he quickly regained his senses. His eyes were filled with playfulness. He was very clear about Qin Feng's alchemy skills. At most, he was a level 4 or 6 golden pill master. Su Baizhen and Su Ru Er had already been defeated. What could a mere Qin Feng do? Since you are so eager to be slapped in the face, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feng's voice was calm, as though he was stating a fact. Lu Hui couldn't stop laughing. Haha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What do you have to win against me? Can you refine an earth spirit pill? Or can you refine a king pill? Qin Feng went on the stage without another word. Su Baizhen and Su Ru Er didn't even have time to react. The two of them were filled with worry. They didn't think too highly of Qin Feng. King pill? What kind of joke is this? That guy is only in his early 20s. It's impossible for him to refine a king pill. He also can't refine an earth spirit pill. That's a pill recipe that has been lost for a long time. How can anyone have it? From the looks of it, the square tower is still going to lose. Moreover, it's going to be a more embarrassing defeat. The crowd on the spectator stand started to discuss fervently. Most of them didn't think highly of Qin Feng. However, a glint flashed across Xue Junfei's eyes. He had a feeling that Qin Feng would surprise everyone. Qin Feng didn't care about the discussions of the crowd. He also didn't care about the arrogant Lu Hui. He was thinking about what elixir he should use to defeat Lu Hui. Actually, he had many choices. The best one was to refine the Spirit Surge elixir. The Spirit Surge elixir could also allow cultivators without spiritual roots to produce spiritual roots. However, they could produce spiritual roots at will. If they were lucky, they could even produce heaven-defying, mutated spiritual roots. This kind of elixir completely surpassed the Earth Spirit Pill. However, Qin Feng quickly rejected the Spirit Surge elixir. This elixir was too heaven-defying. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive in the northern sand continent after refining it. Therefore, he chose the Elemental Transformation elixir. This was a Class 2, Grade 7 King Pill. Qin Feng had helped Yan Xianhai to refine it before. Moreover, although this King Pill was precious, it was sold in the main stores of the various pill stores. It wasn't too exaggerated. Brat, stop wasting time. If you can't produce the elixir, get off the stage. Lu Hui was getting impatient. She was starting to suspect that Qin Feng was just fooling around. Chapter 16:22. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone's expressions changed unpredictably. A moment later, someone cried out in alarm, "Energy transformation pill? Did I hear that right?" That kid said he wanted to refine the elemental transformation pill on the spot. I also heard the elemental transformation pill. It looks like there's nothing wrong with our ears. It's that brat's brain that has a problem. He, a mere alchemist in his early 20s, dares to say that he can refine Yuan Dan? That's a level 2, 7th grade King Dan. There was a burst of laughter from all around. Clearly, no one believed Qin Feng's words. However, Xue Junfei's face was filled with shock. He had seen Qin Feng take out 2 conversion pills at the Saint Ruler Exchange. At that time, he had thought that Qin Feng had bought them, but now, Xue Junfei did not think so. The other people who had participated in the Saint Ruler Exchange not too long ago were also gathered around. When they learned that Qin Feng was Elder Su's new disciple, Xue Pingji and the others were stunned. Now that Qin Feng said he wanted to refine pills, they were even more shocked. Senior brother Zhao Lei. That kid really knows how to boast. He even refined an essence pill. I think he can't even refine an ordinary essence pill. At a corner of the arena, a few Celestial Crane Mountain disciples stood around. They had been glaring at Qin Feng fiercely. If not for the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's might, Zhao Lei would have killed Qin Feng long ago. Humph! If that fool wants to make a fool of himself, why should we care about him? When the airship arrives, that brat will die. Zhao Lei's expression was cold. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Not only were the spectators on the spectator stands in an uproar, but the people standing in the venue were also in an uproar. Why did the 4 Square Tower take in such an idiot? How embarrassing! In the entire northern sand region, there has never been an elixir king under the age of 40. How old is that kid? And he still wants to refine an elemental elixir. I wonder what Elder Su saw in him. After all, that lad is a disciple of the 4-Way Tower. It won't be good if word gets out. The discussions were like a tide, and even Su Baijin and Su Ru found it hard not to hear them. When the mocking and insulting words of the 4 Square Tower reached their ears, their faces turned even colder. Qin Feng, hurry up and come back. Who told you to do this? Su Ru couldn't hold it in anymore. She was a proud woman, and her pride was ingrained in her bones. She was dissatisfied with losing to Lu Hui. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would go and make a fool of himself at a time like this? She almost died from anger. Su Baijin did not say much, but his gaze indicated for Qin Feng to step down from the stage. However, before Qin Feng could respond, Lu Hui hastily laughed and said, Since Qin Feng, a disciple of the 4 Quarters Tower, dares to boast, let us see how he is going to concoct the origin transformation pill. If he were to step down now, he would be a coward. Lu Hui was grinning from ear to ear. He was looking for an opportunity to teach Qin Feng a lesson, but who would have thought that this idiot would come looking for a beating? Qin Feng ignored Lu Hui and looked at Su Ru. They were both disciples of the 4-Way Tower, but this woman was not on his side. She even had a look of disdain on her face. This made Qin Feng very displeased. Su Ru, you can compete in alchemy as you wish in this alchemist exchange meet. I'm not disturbing you, am I? A commotion broke out on the spectators' stand. The 2 disciples under Elder Su were actually arguing. Su Ru clenched her teeth in anger. She glared at Qin Feng and said, Who cares if you have an alchemy competition or not? Just don't embarrass the 4-Way Tower. If you insist on being foolish, then go ahead and compete in your own name. I won't say anything. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He was going to concoct the origin transformation pill to slap Lu Hui in the face. This way, he would be able to regain some face for the four-way tower. However, Su Ru did not appreciate his kindness. Now, Qin Feng's stubborn temper flared up. Fine. I, Qin Feng, am here to compete in alchemy on my own behalf. The outcome has nothing to do with the four-way tower. Su Ru, don't be thick-skinned and say that I'm a disciple of the four-way tower later. Su Ru smiled coldly. That's for the best. Otherwise, you'll embarrass the four-way tower. Su Baizhen had a bitter expression on his face when he saw the two of them arguing intensely. He stepped forward and advised, Junior brother Qin Feng, don't mind junior sister Ruer's words. She is a straightforward person. She will say whatever she wants to say. Qin Feng had already seen through Su Ruer's character. Therefore, he was only unhappy but did not really flare up. He quickly calmed down and said to Su Ruer, Senior brother Baizhen, I'm going to concoct the origin transformation pill now. However, I don't have enough medicinal ingredients. If you have the medicinal ingredients for the origin transformation pill, you can lend them to me first. Su Ru looked troubled. He did not want to have an alchemy battle with Qin Feng. However, seeing that Qin Feng had already made up his mind, Su Ru did not try to persuade him. However, after scanning his storage ring, he shook his head helplessly. Junior brother Qin Feng, I do have some supplementary medicinal ingredients. However, I don't have the three main medicinal ingredients. The origin transformation pill was a grade 2 imperial pill, so the medicinal ingredients required were naturally very precious. In particular, the three main medicinal ingredients, white cloud grass, green bodhi seed, and tassel stem, were not easy to collect. Without the medicinal ingredients, no matter how good Qin Feng's alchemy skills were, he would not be able to display them. Just as he was fretting over this, Lu Hui suddenly laughed and said, Ha ha! Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you're so young, but your mind is really sinister and cunning. You can even think of such an excuse. Clearly, Lu Hui had misunderstood Qin Feng. He thought that Qin Feng could not refine the origin transformation pill and purposely found an excuse that he did not have enough medicinal ingredients. This way he could show off on stage, but he didn't have to make a fool of himself. It was truly a sinister plan. I'm not looking for an excuse. I really don't have the medicinal ingredients. Qin Feng curled his lips indifferently. Lu Hui could not let Qin Feng off the stage just like that. His lips curled into a cold smile. It's all right. You don't have the medicinal ingredients, but I do. I'll give them to you. Qin Feng was amused. Of course that's good. However, let me make things clear first. If I refine the origin transformation pill, you won't have a single one. How could Lu Hui believe that Qin Feng could refine the origin transformation pill? He knew that these were all lousy excuses that Qin Feng had come up with. Even though the three main medicinal ingredients required to refine the origin transformation pill were more precious, it was nothing compared to suppressing Qin Feng and the four-way tower. It's all right. I'll give you the medicinal ingredients for free. You just have to focus on refining the pill. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and made his decision. Qin Feng was instantly amused. He would not reject an idiot who was giving him precious medicinal ingredients for free. However, the cultivators on the spectator stand did not think so. They looked as if they had seen through Lu Hui's thoughts. Treasure Pill Pavilion's Lu Hui is really going all out. In order to slap Qin Feng and the four-way tower in the face, he is willing to throw out expensive medicinal ingredients. You're underestimating the power of the Northern Sand Region's 4 great pill workshops. What are just 3 medicinal ingredients? They are nothing compared to the reputation of the pill workshop. Chapter 16:23. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Hui had already gathered the 3 main ingredients: white cloud grass, green bodhi seed, and tassel stem. Mobile phones were the most efficient and ad-free site. He only had one type of white cloud grass, and the other two were obtained from other disciples. However, the disciples of Treasure Pill Tower who came to search for treasures all expressed their support for Lou Huey's actions. To be able to become a disciple of one of the 4 major pill shops, they had great vision and knew what was more important. A large pile of ingredients was piled at Qin Feng's feet, and the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at Qin Feng, waiting to see how he was going to refine the primary transformation pill. Haha. Qin, don't just stand there. Hurry up and refine the pill. I'm looking forward to your primary transformation pill. Lu Hui smiled strangely. Qin Feng hadn't even started refining the pill, but he seemed to already see the result. Qin Feng didn't care about Lu Hui at all, treating such an opponent with low intelligence like air. After adjusting his emotions, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the heaven and earth cauldron from his storage ring. Rumble! An intense flame flew into the bottom of the cauldron, causing the crowd to exclaim. That's a beast fire, and a high-level beast fire at that. This kid's refining technique is very proficient. He's clearly a genius. Unfortunately, he's still too young and only knows how to act on impulse. He definitely can't refine a king pill, but there's some hope for a gold pill. Everyone was guessing Qin Feng's true refining level, and most people thought that he couldn't compare to Su Baizhen and Su Ru'er. Qin Feng ignored the voices, and he had already put all his energy into refining the pill. Although Qin Feng had successfully refined the primary transformation pill before, it was still a rank 2 king pill, and for his current refining level it was rather strenuous. Rumble! The beast fire at the bottom of the cauldron burned more intensely, and Qin Feng didn't dare to use the purple flame. If he used the purple flame to refine the primary transformation pill, it wouldn't be a problem at all, but he didn't dare to use the heaven flame in front of everyone, unless he was tired of living. The beast fire had already burned more than 3 meters high, and the cauldron was submerged in it. Right now, it was only the preheating of the cauldron. Only by keeping every part of the cauldron at the same temperature could he officially start refining the pill. And just preheating the pill furnace took half an hour, but Qin Feng was not impatient at all. He sat in place like a boulder. The surrounding cultivators were also not in a hurry. They knew very well that alchemy was a slow and time-consuming work. Who? Qin Feng suddenly raised his arm, and a gust of wind blew past. The 3 main ingredients on the ground flew into the pill furnace. Look, the preheating is over. It's time to start refining the pill. Someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes, afraid to miss the slightest bit of the pill refining process. Qin Feng had already entered a state of seclusion. His spiritual power was completely focused on concocting pills, and he couldn't even hear any sounds around him. More and more medicinal herbs were thrown into the furnace by him. These medicinal herbs were separated by an array formation, and each medicinal herb was purified individually. After a few rounds of purification, he put a few medicinal pills together and entered a new round of purification. 100 alchemists had 100 different alchemy techniques. It was precisely because each alchemist's alchemy habits and methods were different that the same medicinal herbs and pills would have vastly different qualities after being refined. Qin Feng's alchemy technique was very unique and had already attracted the attention of many alchemists. He could actually purify multiple medicinal herbs at the same time? How did he do it? Amazing, he actually combined array formation and alchemy. This is really beneficial. This kind of alchemy technique can also be used to form pills. This is simply a hodgepodge stewed in a pot. The medicinal properties of various medicinal herbs are mixed together, and in the end, only a pile of waste is produced. Everyone had their own opinions about Qin Feng's alchemy technique. Su Ru'er originally didn't even look at Qin Feng. She didn't believe that Qin Feng could form pills. However, after hearing the discussion of the crowd, she looked over curiously. However, after that glance, her gaze could not leave Qin Feng. using an array formation to separate medicinal herbs at the same time? How strong is the spiritual power needed to support this? That kid can actually do it? His alchemy technique is very unique. The efficiency of alchemy is doubled, and it can effectively reduce the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs during the refining process. If he can really form pills, it would at least be high-grade pills. Su Rua muttered to herself. Her usually cold and beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Qin Fun's alchemy technique was something that even she couldn't do. She had to admit that this guy was an outstanding alchemy genius. However, Su Ru's expression quickly returned to normal. No matter how outstanding Qin Fun's alchemy technique was, it was impossible for him to refine the elemental transformation pill. Stinking brat, stop pretending. If you continue with this method, you'll only end up with a pile of waste. You're simply wasting everyone's time. Lu Hui was a bit impatient. He had long since decided on the result. So everything Qin Feng did was futile in his eyes. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the heaven and earth cauldron. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked towards Qin Fun's cauldron. However, the dense fog that came with the formation of the pill blocked everyone's vision, and they couldn't see what was happening. Haha, it's finally over. What do you have to say now, brat? Lu Hui also couldn't see the situation clearly, but he couldn't be bothered to look. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Qin Fin could refine the elemental transformation pill. If that was really the case, then wouldn't the Northern Sand region have a 20-something-year-old elixir king? That would be such a shocking thing. Qin Fin was already standing, and the heaven and earth cauldron in front of him had disappeared. A dense pill fragrance spread out, and the expressions of many cultivators changed. They felt that something wasn't right. Didn't he fail to form the pill? Why is there such a dense pill fragrance? I feel that there's a change in the airflow. The surrounding spiritual qi is gathering towards the alchemist's area. Could he have formed the pill? I heard that once a king pill is formed, it would cause a change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But how could that brat refine a king pill? This is simply unimaginable. Everyone sighed, and they were dumbfounded by the situation in front of them. For a moment, they didn't know if Qin Fin had formed the pill. Su Baijin and Su Ru's expressions changed drastically. Although the two of them couldn't refine king pills, they had seen many king-grade pills. And the current situation of the spiritual qi rippling was very similar to when a king pill was formed. How is this possible? You refined the elemental transformation pill. Even Lu Hui, who had always been fearless, realized that something was wrong. His old eyes stared at the ground, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Fun's white robe fluttered, and he stood there like a pine tree. He opened his palm in front of everyone, and a milky white pill the size of a ping-pong ball was placed in his palm. The pill had a perfect color and fragrance, and it was round and smooth, like a luminous pearl that was faintly glowing. That's right. This is the elemental transformation pill. I've successfully refined it. Qin Fun's voice was faint. Chapter 16:24. The noisy hall suddenly quietened down. Everyone stared at the pill in Qin Feng's hand. Most cultivators had only heard of the origin transformation pill, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, a high-grade essence transformation pill was placed in front of them, but not many people could distinguish whether it was real or fake. However, there were still experts who knew their stuff. Many alchemists from the 4 great alchemy workshops could tell that this pill was real. Even some disciples from small pill shops noticed it. This is really an elemental transformation pill, and it looks like it's a high-grade one. How is this possible? Did that guy really refine the elemental transformation pill? Then wouldn't he be a pill king? A pill king who's not even 30 years old? The cultivators in the Alchemy Master Assembly suddenly burst into an uproar. They knew very well what it meant for Qin Fun to refine the elemental transformation pill. One must know that the number of pill kings in the entire North Sand region could be counted with one's fingers, and the youngest pill king was already over 40 years old. On the other hand, the Northern Sand continent did not have a pill king below the age of 30. He wondered if there was such a genius in the entire divine continent. The cultivators on the spectator stands reacted half a beat slower, but when they realized the problem, their reactions were 10 times stronger than the pill refiners in the small venue. Thousands of people screamed incessantly, their voices even drowning out the sound of the crashing waves. Senior brother Zhao Lei, did I hear wrongly? They said that Qin Brat is a pill king? The disciples of Celestial Crane Mountain were dumbstruck. Zhao Lei could not answer his junior brother's question. Even he himself was still in shock. The eyes of Shuepingji and the others turned red. If they had known that Qin Fun was an alchemy king, they would have tried to curry favor with this guy at the Sage King exchange previously. Junfei already had a premonition that Qin Feng would be able to refine the origin transformation pill. But when it really happened, he was still shocked to the point that his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. The entire deck was in an uproar, and even a few people from the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce had rushed over. Several formidable divine senses swept over from afar, and the ordinary cultivators in the stands immediately felt a great pressure bearing down on them. It was as though the god of death was watching them. That kid's identity is suspicious. Hurry up and investigate him. A group of cultivators in red robes was within the crowd. The other cultivators deliberately kept a certain distance from these people, as if they were very afraid of them. The two young disciples quickly left. It seemed like they were going to investigate Qin Feng. There were also 2 elders in their 50s standing on the deck. Their gazes never left Qin Feng. Senior apprentice brother Amo, do you think this kid is the person that the 4 elders wanted us to find? The slightly younger man asked. Amo Li's expression was solemn. She stared at Qin Feng for a long time before shaking her head. From his appearance, he's different from the person elder by Shan and the others described. But we can't rule out the possibility that this person is using a disguise technique. These 2 people were both from the Red Flower Hall. The young man was called Tu Chi, and the older one was called Emoli. They had received the orders of the Red Flower Hall's 4 elders to specifically come to the fallen god Sea to search for a man called Xiaofeng. Tu Chi nodded. Not only do they look different, but their names are also different. However, what senior brother said also made sense. This guy might have changed his identity. Even if he isn't the person the 4 elders are looking for, we definitely can't let a pill king who isn't even 30 years old go. A mischievous smile flashed across Elder Amo Li's eyes. It's not difficult to find out if he's Xiao Feng or not. Let's go and have a chat with the Treasure Pill House's disciple. I have a way to make that kid give himself away. The waves of discussion didn't stop for a long time. Instead, it was getting more and more intense. Lu Hui was already dumbstruck. He stood on the spot for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. He knew that Qin Feng had really refined the elemental transformation pill, but he couldn't accept this fact. Didn't you want to see me refine the elemental transformation pill? Now that the pill is out, why aren't you saying anything? Qin Feng looked at Lu Hui with a smile. Lu Hui's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a single word. This was the second time he had lost to Qin Feng, and he had lost so badly that he didn't even have any temper. Su Baijin had already flown up to the high platform. He took the elemental transformation pill from Qin Feng's hand and looked at it carefully. With an extremely excited expression, he shouted, "Junior brother Qin Feng, you actually refined the elemental transformation pill. You're in Pill King?" Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Su Baijin still felt like he was dreaming. He still remembered that not long ago he had taken the pill refinement test with Qin Feng in the Elixir Association. At that time, Qin Feng had only passed the level 3, level 6 golden pill master test. Su Baijin quickly understood that Qin Feng was obviously intentionally hiding his pill refinement abilities. One had to know what kind of shock and Pill King would bring to the northern sand continent. This would be an existence that all the factions would fight over. Another figure descended. Su Ru had also arrived on the stage. At this moment, Lu Hui had already hidden herself somewhere. However, Qin Feng and the others couldn't be bothered with her. Su Ru's usually cold face was slightly flushed. She was excited to see Qin Feng refine the elemental transformation pill. Fellow Taoists, our Four Corner Tower's junior brother Qin Feng has refined the elemental transformation pill, proving his identity as in Pill King. If there are any unconvinced alchemists below the stage, feel free to enter the stage for an alchemy duel. Su Ru's voice was slightly agitated as she stood on the high platform. She had the feeling that she was looking down on everyone. There was no movement below the stage for a long time. This was in Pill King, who would dare to go up and embarrass themselves. However, at this moment, Qin Feng shouted in dissatisfaction, Su Ru, don't talk nonsense. I'm representing an individual in this alchemy duel. It has nothing to do with the Four Corner Tower. You. Su Ru glared at Qin Feng angrily. She thought to herself that this guy was really petty. Without waiting for her to speak, Qin Feng continued, You what you? Previously, you were the one who insisted on denying my relationship with the Four Corner Tower. Now you regret it, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Qin Feng shook his legs and put on a sloppy appearance to intentionally anger Su Ru. Su Ru was really angered by him. She shouted as if she wanted to bite him to death. Qin Feng, you've just refined the elemental transformation pill. What's so great about that? Just you wait, I'll surpass you one day. Su Ru flew down the stage angrily. She was as beautiful as a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Su Baizhen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why did he feel that Qin Feng and Su Ru were like a pair of quarrelsome lovers? The birth of a new Pill King in the northern sand continent was definitely an earth-shattering event. Originally, the Alchemist Exchange Conference had 2 events. However, no one was in the mood for the second event. Many people left the venue and used their own methods to spread the news back to their sects and families. There were also many people who rushed towards Qin Feng, who was on the high platform. They wanted to curry favor with this new Pill King. However, at this moment, Lu Hui jumped out again. Qin Feng, we still haven't started the herb identification match. Do you dare to continue? Chapter 16:25. Everyone looked at Lu Hui with different expressions. They could not understand what he was thinking. Qin Feng also did not understand. Could it be that Lu Hui lost the alchemy battle and wanted to continue the herb identification competition because she was unwilling to accept it? What's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared. If you don't dare to compete, just admit defeat. Lu Hui seemed to have changed into a different person. Earlier, he was in a daze, but now he was full of confidence. Qin Feng knew that he was trying to provoke him, but he really wanted to see what Lu Hui was up to. All right, let's compete. Seeing Qin Feng agree, Lu Hui's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. He took out a strangely shaped spirit herb from his storage ring. This is the precious herb I brought. If you can recognize it, consider it my loss. Everyone was originally focused on Qin Feng's identity as an alchemy king, but Lu Hui suddenly took out a spirit herb that caused the surrounding spirit qi to ripple. Everyone's attention was attracted. What herb is this? This is my first time seeing it. It must be a spirit herb. Otherwise, it would not emit such dense spirit qi. I wonder what the treasure elixir tower is doing. Qin Feng is an alchemy king. Do they think that alchemy king Qin can't even recognize this spirit herb? Moreover, so what if alchemy king Qin can't recognize this spirit herb? At this moment, Su Baizhen and Su Ru returned to the high platform. Since it was a herb identification competition, disciples from all sects could participate. However, The two of them looked at the spirit herb in Lu Hui's hands blankly. Clearly, they had never seen it before. Junior sister Ru. Can you recognize that spirit herb? Su Baijin asked Su Ru, in a suppressed voice. Su Ru's expression dimmed, and a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of her eyes. In terms of alchemy, she was slightly more outstanding than Su Baijin. However, Su Baijin was older than her by a few years. In terms of identifying medicinal herbs, he was definitely more knowledgeable. Senior brother Baijin, can't you recognize it as well? Su Ru was in disbelief. Su Baijin shook his head with a bitter smile. This was his first time seeing the spirit herb in Lu Hui's hands. The two of them looked at Qin Feng in unison. They didn't expect the square tower's prestige to fall on Qin Feng again. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression was grave. When he saw the spiritual herbs that Lu Hui took out, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Qin Feng was very familiar with this spirit herb. Not long ago, he had used it to refine pills in the Red Flower Hall. It was the main ingredient needed to refine the Spirit Surge pill, the clear spirit grass. Actually, many cultivators in the North Sand region knew about the clear spirit grass and the legendary Spirit Surge pill. However, there were very few people who had actually seen the clear spirit grass. This was because this kind of spirit grass was very rare, and almost no one could refine the Spirit Surge pill. So, no one could recognize the spirit grass that Lu Hui had taken out. Seeing that Qin Feng did not speak for a long time, Lu Hui's face was full of playfulness. This clear spirit herb didn't belong to him. Rather, it was given to him by the two young elders of Red Flower Hall, and they had asked him to use it to continue his fight with the four-corner tower. Although Lu Hui didn't understand the Red Flower Hall's young elders' intentions, he couldn't be bothered to care about it. As long as he could suppress Qin Feng and the four-way tower's limelight, it was fine. Since your four-way tower can't recognize me, then hurry up and admit defeat. Lu Hui pursued relentlessly, not giving Qin Feng any chance. Su Baijin and Su Ru were anxious as they stared coldly at Lu Hui. The two of them had long disliked this little old man, but they couldn't do anything to him. Junior brother Qin Feng, you also don't recognize that spirit grass? Su Baijin quickly calmed down and placed his hopes on Qin Feng. Logically speaking, Qin Feng was an elixir king, so he should be very knowledgeable. Qin Feng had been observing in the dark. He suspected that there were people from the Red Flower Hall on the ship. However, after looking around, he didn't see any traces of Baishan and the others. It seemed that the Red Flower Hall had sent some disciples. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by the appearance of the Red Flower Hall. Back then, he had refined the Spirit Surge pill in the Red Flower Hall. It would be strange if the Red Flower Hall didn't send people to look for him. However, Qin Feng didn't know the cultivation base of the people from the Red Flower Hall. If they were as strong as Baishan and the other three great elders, then Qin Feng wouldn't be able to fight back. However, Qin Feng quickly dispelled this thought. Since Baishan and the other three great elders didn't come personally, it meant that they were too embarrassed to come to the fallen god's seat to search for treasures. After all, this kind of adventure was left for young cultivators. I recognize the spirit grass in your hand. You don't have to be complacent here. Qin Feng thought quickly and made a decision. The smile on Lu Hui's face suddenly froze. He looked at Qin Feng nervously. In fact, even he couldn't recognize the spirit grass in his hand. Could Qin Feng really recognize it? Stop putting on an act. Since you know, why don't you tell me? Lu Hui roared with the last glimmer of hope. Qin Feng suddenly leaned close to his ear and said in a suppressed voice, "This is a clear spirit grass." This action gave Lu Hui a fright. He thought Qin Feng was going to make a move. Lu Hui immediately retreated a few steps. However, he discovered that Qin Feng didn't do anything. This made him extremely embarrassed. Alchemist Lu, am I right? Qin Feng looked at him with a beaming smile. Lu Hui was momentarily speechless. He didn't know what this spirit grass was. You, wait a moment. I'll go ask. Lu Hui left the high platform with a cold expression. This scene caused a lot of exclamations in the crowd. Everyone thought that Qin Feng won again. Young hero Qin is indeed an elixir king. He really recognized that spirit grass. The people from Treasure Pill Tower are simply looking for trouble. How dare they challenge the dignity of an elixir king? Aren't they courting death? That alchemist Lu Hui destroyed his own future. After this fallen god sea adventure, I'm afraid the Treasure Pill Tower won't have the face to keep him. Qin Feng didn't care about the crowd's discussion. His eyes were constantly watching Lu Hui's situation. After Lu Hui left the high platform, he didn't return to the Treasure Pill Tower's group. Instead, he ran to the side of two middle-aged men. No one knew what the three of them were talking about. However, from the expressions of the two men, it was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with Lu Hui's behavior. You idiot! Who told you to come here? Mo Li directly scolded. Lu Hui was a member of the Treasure Pill Tower. However, the other party didn't give him any face. From this, it could be seen that the Red Flower Hall was very powerful in the Northern Sand region. Lu Hui was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it. He even forced a smile and said, Seniors, Qin Feng said that this is a clear spirit grass. I'm here to ask if it's true. Tu Chi and Mo Li's expressions changed. They directly ignored Lu Hui and looked at Qin Feng, who was on the high platform. The clear spirit grass wasn't something that anyone could recognize. Moreover, Qin Feng was a superb alchemist. All of these matched Xiao Feng's characteristics. Senior apprentice, Brother Mo, I'm afraid that we've been exposed. Tu Chi looked at Qin Feng and realized that he was also looking at them. Chapter 16, 26. After Qin Feng confirmed his targets, he discovered that these two people were not weak. At the very least, he could not tell how strong they were at the moment. He only felt that they were on the same level as Yan Xianhai. Update fast, no ads. The two of them spoke for a while before disappearing into the crowd, while Lu Hui returned to the Treasure Pill Pavilion's group with a gloomy expression. At this point, no more teams of alchemists went up to challenge Qin Feng. From then on, Qin Feng's name as the King of Elixirs spread throughout the North Sand continent. The alchemist exchange meet had already ended. Many groups began to leave, but most of the cultivators remained. They wanted to establish a relationship with Qin Feng, even if it was just to exchange a few words. The scene became unusually lively, and it felt like a celebrity concert. Su Baijin immediately organized the Square Tower's disciples to escort Qin Feng out of the arena. Seeing this scene, Su Ru'er's face turned cold. Brother Qin! Shui Junfei squeezed to Qin Feng's side with great difficulty, and his voice trembled. He had a lot to say, but when he saw Qin Feng, he forgot everything. He had known Qin Yifeng for a long time, but he addressed Qin Yifeng as brother. But Shui Junfei would never have thought that the big brother he had just acknowledged was actually an elixir king. Brother Shui, you go back first. I'll go to the Square Tower's venue with senior brother White Reel. Qin Feng gave Shui Junfei a look. Now that he discovered the existence of the Red Flower Hall, it wouldn't be good for Qin Feng to go to Shui Junfei's place. If he did, he would implicate Shui Junfei. Moreover, Qin Feng realized that the two men from the Red Flower Hall weren't weak. At the very least, he couldn't fight them right now, so staying with the people from the Four-Way Tower was the safest. The group returned to the lounge. The disciples of Four Square Tower could no longer maintain their composure. The group of junior brothers and sisters surrounded Qin Feng, and when they looked at Qin Feng, their eyes were filled with shock and awe. Senior brother Qin Feng, you're actually a pill king? You've kept everyone in the dark. This is unbelievable. If news of this were to spread, the entire Northern Sand region would definitely be shocked. Senior brother Qin, you are the first pill king under the age of 30. No wonder Elder Su accepted senior brother Qin as his disciple. It turns out that Senior Brother Chin's alchemy level is even better than Senior Brother White Real and Senior Sister Ru. Everyone chattered incessantly. Qin Feng smiled but didn't explain. Su Baijin was happy for Qin Fen and excited that the four-way tower had gained another elixir king. On the other hand, Su Ru stood coldly at the side, completely unable to blend into the cheerful atmosphere. That's right, Junior Brother Qin Feng. What was the spirit herb that Lu Hui took out at the end? Su Baijin suddenly asked. As an outstanding alchemist, it was necessary to ask more questions and learn more. Qin Feng was put in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he was afraid that if he said it, it would be bad for him and everyone else. Before he could speak, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open. A group of men wearing white robes with red flowers embroidered on their chests rushed in. From their fiendish expressions, it was obvious that they had come with ill intentions. Hey, who allowed you to come in? This is the territory of the four-way tower. A few of the junior brothers were immediately displeased and glared at the newcomers. Su Ru was standing at the door, and when she saw the other party's clothes, her expression turned serious. She stood in front of those younger martial brothers who were about to attack and said in an ice-cold voice, "What are the people of Red Flower Hall doing here?" Su Ru was very smart. She intentionally revealed the other party's identity. The junior brothers of the Four-Square Tower were startled. Just a moment ago, they had been so aggressive, but now they were like frostbitten eggplants. There were a total of 6 people, and the ones in the lead were Tu Chi and Emoli. The two of them completely ignored Su Ru's question, and their gazes finally landed on Qin Feng. "You, come with us." Emoli pointed at Qin Feng, her tone carrying a commanding tone. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what grudge Qin Feng had with the Red Flower Hall for them to come in broad daylight to demand for someone. Although Su Ru was a little jealous of Qin Feng's talent in alchemy, she was definitely a person who judged matters as they stood. No matter what, Qin Feng was a member of the Four-Way Tower, and according to seniority, he was her junior martial brother. How could she just watch as Qin Feng was taken away for no reason? The people of Red Flower Hall are so arrogant. Do you think that the Four-Way Tower is a pushover? You came to the Four-Way Tower's territory for no reason, and you even want to take someone away. I will not agree to this. Bang! Just as Su Ru finished speaking, a gust of wind exploded on her body. She was powerless to resist, and her entire body flew backward. She only stopped when she collided with the cabin wall. "Noisy!" Emoli said as she flicked her sleeve. The Four-Way Tower disciples were instantly enraged. They all drew their swords and pointed them at Emoli. The atmosphere in the cabin exploded. Su Baijin's expression also turned cold. He stood in front of the disciples and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the two of you are Red Flower Hall's Emoli and young elder Tu Chi, right? May I know why you came to the Four-Way Tower's territory to cause trouble? We usually have no grudges, so this can't be justified, right?" Emoli's expression darkened. He was about to attack again, but Tu Chi stopped him first. "Senior martial brother Mo, although the Four-Way Tower is nothing, we are on the soaring Dragon Merchant Association ship. There's no need for us to blow this matter up." Emoli retracted his aura, looked at Su Baijin again, and said, "Brat, you are not qualified to question me. Although the Four-Way Tower is powerful, it is nothing in the eyes of the Red Flower Hall. Today we only want Qin Feng. You just have to hand him over obediently, and everything will be fine." The Four-Way Tower disciples' expressions were livid. They were naturally unwilling to hand over Qin Feng. Su Baijin was somewhat puzzled. How did Qin Feng get into a conflict with the Red Flower Hall's people? This matter was not so easily resolved. "Apologies, seniors. Junior martial brother Qin Feng is a member of our Four-Way Tower. How can you take him away as you wish?" Su Baijin's expression turned cold, and his attitude was very unyielding. Seeing everyone protecting him behind them, Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he was not someone who feared death. How could he implicate everyone? What's going on here? Before Qin Feng could step forward, another group of people walked in. Only 2 people had come, but when they saw the clothes they were wearing, the expressions of the four-way tower and Red Flower Hall disciples changed drastically. So it's Elder Yin and Elder Zhou. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Su Baijin immediately went forward as though he had seen his savior. Tu Chi and Mo Li's expressions were cold, and they actually stopped trying to forcibly take Qin Feng away. The 2 elders were in their early 50s. They wore long gray robes with the Soaring Dragon Merchant Association's emblem on their chests. They were the 2 junior elders of the Merchant Association. On this flying ship, the Soaring Dragon Merchant Association had the final say. The other sects and factions had no choice but to give way. We're here to look for Alchemy Monarch Qin. Is he here? Yun Fei's expression was indifferent. Qin Feng had already walked out on his own. Elder Yin, this junior is Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng, Yun Fei and Zhou Tai's eyes lit up. The number of alchemy kings in the entire northern Sand region could be counted on one's fingers. Yet, Qin Feng had achieved such fame before he was 30. This kind of person was definitely in existence that everyone would fight to befriend. Haha, Alchemy Monarch Qin, the president of our Soaring Dragon Merchant Association's branch, Long Out Yin, invites you over. I'll have to trouble Alchemy Monarch Qin to come with us. Facing Qin Feng, the 2's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. They appeared extremely respectful. Chapter 16:27. The Red Flower Hall looked down on the square tower, and the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce looked down on the Red Flower Hall as well. There were no advertisements. Ever since Yun Fei and Zhou Tai entered the room, they couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Mo Li and Tu Chi were furious, but since they were on the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce's airship, they didn't dare to vent their displeasure. Haha, elders, our Red Flower Hall would also like to have a chat with Alchemy King Qin. Moreover, we came here first. Would you 2 elders wait for us to finish talking with Qin Feng before letting him visit President Long Out Yin? Mo Li said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he was reprimanded by Yun Fei. Humph. Who does your Red Flower Hall think you are? Does the person our President Long Out Yin wants to see have to be queued up behind you? Mo Li gritted his teeth in anger. He hadn't expected the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce to be so disrespectful. Even if you want to take Qin Feng away, we should at least discuss this properly. Haha, Elder Yun Fei, don't be angry. Senior brother Mo was just asking casually. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Tu Chi hurriedly spoke up. He was deeply afraid that Mo Li would fight with Yun Fei and Yun Fei in his agitation. If that happened, all the Red Flower Hall disciples on the airship would be finished. Mo Li calmed down and didn't say anything else. The 2 were about to leave with their juniors when they heard Qin Feng's voice. Wait, who said you could leave? You bullied someone from the square tower, and you want to leave so easily? The square tower disciples all looked at him in surprise. It was already a happy ending that the Red Flower Hall didn't cause trouble, but Qin Feng still argued with them. Junior brother Qin Feng, Su Baijin, also couldn't understand Qin Feng's thoughts and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. However, he was interrupted by Qin Feng. Senior brother Baijin, there's no need to say more. I know what I'm doing. That old fart dared to bully senior sister Ru. How can I let him off so easily? Earlier, Mo Li had forced Su Ru back with a palm strike. Although Su Ru wasn't seriously injured, this action had already angered Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng and Su Ru didn't like each other, it was only a small quarrel. When faced with an actual enemy, Qin Feng subconsciously treated Su Ru as one of his own. The disciples of the four-way tower were touched. Qin Feng still dared to stand up for senior sister Ru'er at such a time. From this, it could be seen that he was a true man who valued friendship and righteousness. Su Ru'er was stunned. She didn't think Qin Feng would do this. As she looked at Qin Feng's broad back, Su Ru'er's heartbeat suddenly became erratic. "Stinking brat, don't be so shameless. You think you can keep us here?" Emily had been suppressing her anger to begin with. Now she exploded. Of course! Qin Feng knew that he was no match for Emily, and he had no intention of personally teaching her a lesson. "Elders, I can't go with you to meet guild leader Long Outyin right now. Once I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll definitely pay him a visit personally," Qin Feng said as he cupped his fists at Yun Fei and Zhou Tai. The two of them were immediately placed in a difficult position. Guild leader Long Outyin had personally given the order to bring Qin Feng back. How could they possibly have the time to wait? "Alchemist Qin, why don't you return with us first? It won't be too late to settle these grudges after this," Yun Fei said with a smile. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat ugly. The reason why he had brought up the conflict with the Red Flower Hall was to see the attitude of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. From Yun Fei and Zhou Tai's reactions, it was clear that they were unwilling to interfere in this matter. And from this, Qin Feng could roughly guess the reason why the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce was looking for him. It was obvious that they didn't really admire his identity as an alchemy king. They most likely wanted to rope him into the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. "That won't do," Qin Feng said without any hesitation. "Elders, you've seen it for yourself. The Red Flower Hall brought people to our ship's hold to cause trouble. They even injured one of my senior sisters. If we don't settle this matter now, the people from the Red Flower Hall will think that our four-way tower is afraid of them." Yun Fei and Zhou Tai felt disdain in their hearts. They could see that Qin Feng's cultivation level was extremely low. He was only a Saint King. He wanted to stand up for the four-way tower with this level of strength? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. But the two of them wouldn't voice out their thoughts. Although Qin Feng's cultivation level was low, his alchemy skills were shockingly high, and the northern sand region definitely didn't lack cultivators with high cultivation levels. What they urgently lacked were alchemists at the level of an alchemy king. These two old men weren't stupid either. They quickly saw through Qin Feng's intentions. He was planning to use them as cannon fodder, but the two of them couldn't reject him. Otherwise, the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce would leave a bad impression in Qin Feng's eyes. "Humph, the people from the Red Flower Hall are really daring. Fighting is strictly prohibited on the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's airship. And you still dare to fight on the ship? Are you completely looking down on our soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" Yun Fei suddenly reprimanded Emily and the rest. Zhou Tai was even more direct. He struck out with his palm, and a gust of wind suddenly blew in the originally calm cabin. Tu Chi and Emily barely managed to hold on, but the disciples behind them were all sent flying into the passageway outside the cabin. Pooh! The group of disciples had just landed on the ground when they spat out blood. Zhou Tai's palm strike was incomparably ferocious. It shocked Su Baijin and Su Ru'er. Qin Feng couldn't tell this old man's cultivation level, but he was sure that he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of that palm strike. "Elder Zhou, what's the meaning of this?" Emily was furious, but he didn't make a move. Zhou Tai's simple palm strike had also frightened him. Zhou Tai had a look of disdain on his face, not taking Emily seriously at all. "Since you can withstand my palm strike, it looks like the two of you have stepped into the Buddhist light realm. However, your realms are like ants in this old man's eyes. If you know what's good for you, then immediately take that group of trash and scram. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Emily and Tu Chi's hearts thumped wildly. A ferocious aura erupted from Zhou Tai's body, bringing great pressure to the two of them. "Please calm your anger, Elder Zhou. It was us juniors who were rash." Tu Chi hurriedly admitted defeat. He was much more mellow than Emily, although Emily felt stifled. He didn't even dare to let out a fart in the end. He led his disciples away dejectedly. The cabin regained its calm. Yun Fei and Zhou Tai withdrew their auras and looked at Qin Feng with a chuckle. They looked like two harmless old grandpas. He, alchemy monarch Qin, you can come with us now, right? Yun Fei said, restraining his temper. Su Baijin took a step forward. Elders, why don't I accompany junior brother Qin Feng? The two of them's expressions turned cold, and they said unhappily, President Long Outyin only invited alchemy monarch Qin. What are you doing? Su Baijin smiled bitterly in his heart. His alchemy level was considered famous in the northern Sand region. He was even the cream of the crop among the juniors. However, in the eyes of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, he had become a bystander. Chapter 1628. Qin Fen left with Yun Fei and Zhou Tai. Su Baijin and Su Ruer insisted on following, but were persuaded by Qin Fen. The three of them arrived at a private area of the airship. As soon as they entered, Qin Fen discovered that half of the airship's cabins were set up with defensive and restrictive arrays. If one wasn't a member of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, they could forget about entering. Alchemist Qin, President Long Outyin has been waiting inside for a long time. We won't be following you in. The two of them stopped at the door of a cabin. Qin Fen strode in. Since he was already here, there was no need for him to cower. Moreover, he could roughly guess the purpose of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce. It was most likely to rope him in. The room was very spacious, and it was a few grades better than the resting room allocated to him in Square Tower. There was only one person in the room. He was dressed in white robes, sitting by a stone table with his eyes closed. He ignored Qin Fen even when he entered. Junior Qin Fen. The white-robed man's true age could not be determined, although his face was full of wrinkles, and his brows showed that he had experienced many vicissitudes. Qin Fen knew that this old man had lived for at least a few hundred years. He could not be defined by the appearance of the Chinese secular world. Hearing Qin Fen speak, Long Outyin finally opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear and bright as a newborn baby's, as if they could see through one's heart. He looked at Qin Fen in silence, causing Qin Fen to feel an unprecedented pressure. You are the youngest elixir king in the northern Sand continent. Qin Fen? Long Outyin was sitting in front of Qin Fen, but his voice seemed to come from 1,000 miles away. Qin Fen had just revealed his identity as an elixir king at the Alchemist Exchange, and his name had already spread throughout the northern Sand continent. Junior is indeed an elixir king, but I dare not claim the title of the youngest elixir king. Qin Fen tried to check Long Outyin's realm, but found that the other party's body was like a bottomless pit. His divine sense did not respond at all. Facing such an old monster, Qin Fen felt nervous. This feeling made him very unhappy, and once again stimulated his desire to break through quickly. The youngest elixir king in the northern Sand continent is Pill Master Ku of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce. He just became a Tier 1 Level 7 elixir king a month ago, and is currently 39 years old. Long Outyin looked up at Qin Fen. How old are you this year? 25 years old. Qin Fen answered truthfully. There was a flash of light in Long Outyin's eyes, which were as deep as the ocean. It was as if a storm had arisen on a calm sea. You're only 25 years old. Nominal age, 25. Even Long Outyin couldn't stay calm anymore. He even rolled his eyes. He had stayed in the northern Sand region for hundreds of years, but this was the first time he had met a genius like Qin Fen. Qin Fen couldn't even be described as a genius, because too many geniuses weren't even worth mentioning in front of him. Cough, cough. A 25-year-old pill king. There's definitely no second one in the northern Sand continent, and I wonder if there are any in the divine supreme continent. This time, I've invited you here because I've taken a fancy to your talent in alchemy. I hope you can join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce. Long Outyen quickly returned to the topic at hand. The shock on his face disappeared, and it was as if his expression had never changed. Senior Long, what if I refuse to join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce? Qin Feng still had many things to do. The most important thing was to find the whereabouts of Li Shanshan, his mother, and the others. He did not have the time to join the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce. If he did, he would definitely be restricted by the Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps all he did was concoct pills every day. Long Outyen's expression changed again. He clearly didn't expect Qin Feng to reject him. The Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the northern Sand region. It was a powerful existence that surpassed 5-star clans and sections. Many people wanted to join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, but they weren't qualified. Did you hear what I said? Or do you not understand the power of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce? Long Outyen's voice became colder. Qin Feng was more or less nervous. He didn't know what kind of existence he was facing this time. Qin Feng didn't even dare to hide in the astral space. He was afraid that he would expose the existence of his system in front of such an expert. Ever since he came to the divine supreme continent, Qin Feng hadn't met other people who possessed a system. However, he believed that there must be other systems here. It was just that the divine supreme continent was so vast that he hadn't met them yet. I know how powerful the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce is, but I have many things to do. I can't join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce. Although he was worried, Qin Feng's attitude was firm. Long Outyen's expression was cold. There was no aura coming from his body. He sat there like a rock. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the room surged. Countless powerful auras pressed towards Qin Feng, pressuring him so much that he could barely breathe. You better think this through. Because of your special identity, if the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce can't get you, we won't let other forces rope you in. You can choose not to join us. If you do, you'll die. Long Outyen's voice was deep and powerful. It was as if Buddha's 5 Fingers Mountain was pressing down on Qin Feng's head. His words were a blatant threat which made Qin Feng very unhappy. However, in the face of absolute power, Qin Feng couldn't resist, at least for now. What do I need to do after joining the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce? Qin Feng already had a plan. There were still 4 to 5 days before the airship arrived at its destination. He wouldn't be able to escape during this period. Everything would have to wait until the airship stopped. Seeing that Qin Feng had submitted, Long Outyen's expression was cold and arrogant. If you join our Chamber of Commerce, you'll be one of us. Of course, we won't mistreat you. You'll help the chamber with refining pills and provide some of the pills our disciples need to break through. Qin Feng was a pill king. He could refine a wide range of pills. His joining would mean a lot to the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce. Then how much of the pills I refine will I get? Qin Feng didn't really intend to join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce. However, he had to at least pretend to be one and purposely raise the issue of benefits. The other pill refiners can only get 10%. Seeing that you're a pill king, I'll give you an extra 10%. Long Outyen's voice was unquestionable. He wasn't negotiating with Qin Feng, but stating a fact. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. This Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce was really black-hearted. Now, the pill refiners of the 4 major pill workshops in the northern Sand region could get 30% of the profits. If they were pill kings, their share would be even higher. They might even be worshipped by some pill workshops. However, Qin Feng couldn't negotiate now. He pretended to hesitate for a while before saying, "All right, I agree to join the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce. However, I still have to participate in the treasure hunt in the Fallen God Sea." "You don't have to participate. Our Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce has already arranged for our disciples to go. When the time comes, we'll give you the herbs we find." Why waste your time refining pills? Long Outyen rejected him. Qin Feng was anxious. The treasure hunt in the fallen god sea was the only way for him to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce in the future. However, Long Outyen seemed to have seen through his thoughts and didn't give him the chance. Chapter 16:29. Under the current circumstances, Qin Feng had no choice but to compromise. He had to wait until the flying ship docked before he could find a chance to escape. However, Qin Feng was soon pleasantly surprised. He realized that the Dragonrise Merchant Guild was indeed the #1 merchant guild in the northern Sand Continent. It was extremely wealthy and had almost all kinds of spirit herbs. Alchemy King Qin, President Long Outyen, asked us to deliver these herbs. We won't disturb your pill refining any longer. After Long Outyen left, 7 or 8 disciples quickly entered. Each of them carried 2 baskets of herbs, all of which were spirit herbs. These disciples were very respectful towards Qin Feng. This was the prestige of an alchemy king. After the disciples left, Qin Feng hurriedly flipped through the baskets of herbs. Dragon spirit fruit, 100 leaves grass, immortal cloud grass, green bodhi seed, tassel stem, and lynx spirit grass were all rare spirit herbs. Ever since he obtained the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills, Qin Feng rarely failed to recognize herbs. However, there were at least 10 types of herbs in the room that Qin Feng did not recognize. Not long ago, he had been annoyed at being forced to stay in the Dragonrise Merchant Guild. Now his gloomy mood was swept away, and his eyes shone with excitement. Since he was trapped in the room, Qin Feng started to refine pills like crazy. In the past, he had many pills that he wanted to refine, but he did not have enough herbs. But now, he did not need to worry about the problem of herbs at all. That feeling was indescribable. Rumble! The cauldron of heaven and earth was already placed in the room. A ball of fire rose under the cauldron. Qin Feng did not take out the purple flame easily. Who knew if there was a hidden surveillance formation in this room? If the purple flame was discovered by Long Outyen, he would definitely snatch it away. However, even using beast fire did not affect the progress of Qin Feng's pill refining at all. He was now a Tier 2 Level 7 pill king, and most of the pills he was refining were of golden pill quality. He was completely at ease. As time passed, the cauldron of heaven and earth continued to explode. Each loud sound represented the formation of a pill. Qin Feng's side was already filled with refined pills. The lowest quality was Tier 1 Level 6 golden pill. As for spirit pills and wonder pills, Qin Feng did not care about them at all. Although the pills around him were piling up, Qin Feng had no intention of stopping. Since the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce dared to force him to join them, he would teach them a lesson. As for these refined pills, Qin Feng planned to keep them all for himself. Rumble! Another loud sound came from the heaven and earth cauldron. This time it was 6 milky white origin transformation pills. To be able to refine 6 essence transformation pills in one go, even an ordinary alchemy king could do it. Qin Feng finally stopped and panted heavily. He had been so focused on alchemy that he didn't even know how much time had passed. However, looking at the various medicinal pills piled up like a small mountain around him, Qin Feng guessed that it had been at least 3 or 4 days. According to the time of this voyage, they were not far from their destination. Qin Feng began to put the pills into different jade bottles and the remaining medicinal ingredients into the astral boundary. Now he just had to wait for the flying ship to dock and find a chance to escape. Little pig, how long have I been here? After storing the pills, Qin Feng communicated telepathically. 3 days and 3 nights. However, the Dragon Sword Merchant Guild's airship hasn't slowed down at all. It looks like it'll take them another day or 2 to reach their destination, Little Pig analyzed. Qin Feng couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Ever since he'd been suppressed by Long Outyen, His desire to break through to the next level had grown even stronger. Now that he had so many pills on him, he naturally had to use them to speed up his cultivation. All right, help me keep an eye out. Call me if the airship slows down. Qin Feng gave Little Pig a few instructions and sat down cross-legged. He took out a dozen or so bottles of pills and placed them in front of him. He opened all the jade bottles at once, and the room instantly filled with the fragrance of pills. The spiritual qi in the room instantly increased by several times. These pills were all refined using the medicinal ingredients provided by the Dragon Soar Merchant Guild. Qin Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he ate them. He tossed them into his mouth like rice. Now that he was a 6th level Saint King, he first ate 2 bone-cleansing pills to strengthen his shins and bones, making sufficient preparations for his breakthrough. After swallowing the bone-cleansing pills, Qin Feng ate a few level 5, level 6 golden core cloud pills. The main effect of the cloud pill was to condense the qi in one's body and expand one's dantian to a certain extent. Consciousness pill, detoxification pill, true elemental pill. These pills were just a warm-up before the breakthrough. When Qin Feng felt that he was almost ready, he poured out 3 pills from the last exquisite jade bottle. These were level 8, level 6 golden core pills. During the alchemist exchange a few days ago, Su Ru had taken out these pills for the alchemy battle. They were very helpful to late-stage Saint King cultivators. The golden core pills melted in Qin Feng's mouth, and a wave of majestic spiritual qi surged in Qin Feng's body. These pills were already close to the quality of imperial pills, and each one was extremely violent. Even if a cultivator was in a hurry to break through, they would only consume them one by one to cultivate. Qin Feng was the only one in the northern Sand Continent who consumed 3 golden core pills at once. Rumble. When the 3 golden core pills' medicinal effects had completely taken effect, Qin Feng's body rumbled incessantly. His skin swelled up, and his head swelled like a pig's head. His stomach bulged as if he was pregnant with a child. This was clearly not a normal breakthrough, but Qin Feng wasn't worried. The reason why he dared to consume 3 golden core pills at once wasn't because he had lost his rationality because he was in a hurry to break through. Previously, he had consumed the bone-cleansing pill and a series of other pills to allow his body to withstand the ferocious medicinal effects. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continued incessantly, but Qin Feng wasn't seriously injured. Moreover, as time passed, his swollen body started to slowly return to its original state, and the majestic spiritual qi was absorbed into his dantian, forming a dense spiritual qi whirlpool. Rumble. Another loud sound rang out, but this time it was more than 10 times louder than before. Qin Feng felt as if his dantian had exploded, and waves of spiritual qi surged out like a flood that had broken through a dam, roaming wildly in his veins. However, after roaming around his body once, the spiritual qi once again gathered in his dantian. Another loud sound rang out, and the process repeated itself. What's going on? Qin Feng wasn't worried at first, but now he was nervous. He realized that he had broken through, but this was the first time he had encountered such a way of breaking through. Master, don't worry. You've broken through 2 levels consecutively. Congratulations, Master. You've stepped into level 8, Holy King. Little Pig's voice was filled with excitement. Chapter 1630. Level 8 Saint King had already stepped into the late stage of Saint King. Qin Feng was confident that he could kill a level 9 Saint King with his various spirit weapons and martial skills. At this moment, the faces of many people appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Zhao Lei and the others from Celestial Crane Mountain, Shui Pingji, who was at the peak of level 9 Saint King, and even Tu Chi and Emoli from Red Flower Hall. Qin Feng had some misgivings when facing these people. Now he could kill some of them directly, while he couldn't kill others, but he wouldn't be killed by them either. Little Pig, How long did I take to break through? Qin Fin asked immediately after he collected his thoughts. Half a day. The airship hasn't slowed down yet, so we're probably still some distance away from our destination. Little Pig understood Qin Fin's thoughts. Qin Fin nodded. He planned to wait for time. As soon as the airship reached the shore, he would think of a way to escape. Rumble. Just as Qin Fin finished his plan, a loud noise came from outside. The deck under his feet shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The fallen god sea was vast and boundless. The waves on the sea were huge, and the airship would occasionally shake when the waves hit. Qin Fin didn't think much of it at first, but the shaking of the cabin became more intense. The loud noise outside was clearly not the sound of the waves. Alchemy Monarch Qin, quickly come with us to the safety cabin to take refuge. The cabin door suddenly opened, and 4 disciples wearing the uniform of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce rushed in. Qin Fin realized that something big had happened and asked hurriedly, "What's going on outside?" Alchemy Monarch Qin, we found a rank 7 sea beast on the sea. It's currently attacking our airship. But don't worry, Alchemy Monarch Qin. President Long Outyen has already led the elite disciples to kill the sea beast. You just need to come with us to a safe place to temporarily hide. One of the disciples explained the situation. Qin Fin was instantly overjoyed. He was worried about not having a chance to escape. Now that a rank 7 sea beast had appeared, the entire airship would definitely be thrown into chaos. It was the best time to escape. Qin Fin had already followed the 4 disciples out of the cabin. He walked behind them and quickly scanned the 4 of them. The 4 disciples weren't very strong. One of them was a rank 6 Saint King, while the other 3 were only rank 4 Saint Kings. How powerful are rank 7 sea beasts? Qin Fin suddenly asked. The 4 disciples stopped at the entrance. One of them said, "Don't worry, Elixir Monarch Qin. Even though a 7th rank sea beast is comparable to a true spirit realm early stage cultivator, our President Long Outyen is a true spirit realm late stage cultivator. It's only a matter of time before he kills the sea beast." Qin Feng was able to get all the information out of him with just one question. He was glad that he did not fall out with Long Outyen back then. Long Outyen was a late-stage true spirit realm expert, which was 2 whole realms higher than him. You've misunderstood. I'm not worried. Qin Feng's sudden and baffling words caused the 4 disciples to be at a loss. Clearly, they didn't understand what he was talking about. However, there was no need for them to understand. They saw Qin Feng turn into a black shadow and instantly attack. The 4 of them were unable to resist, and their vision went black as they fainted. These were 4 Saint King realm masters, and one of them had even stepped into the Saint King late stage. However, Qin Feng was able to defeat 4 people in one move. It was clear that his strength had become extremely terrifying after breaking through. Qin Feng did not dare to delay and immediately jumped out of the cabin. Originally, a trapping array had been set up in the cabin, but when the 4 disciples of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce came in, the trapping array was temporarily lifted. The airship was incomparably huge. Qin Feng flew all the way, and it took him more than 10 minutes to return to the area where the treasure hunters lived. At this time, it was already a mess here. Many cultivators covered their heads and fled in all directions. Some even took out their flying artifacts and directly escaped from the airship of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, quickly go to the safety cabin to take shelter. President Long Outyen of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce has already led people to kill the sea beast. An announcement came from the airship, but it was not made through a loudspeaker. Instead, it was achieved through aura. However, the reassurance of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce did not have much effect. Those cultivators with lower realms were still fleeing. That was a 7th order sea beast, which was comparable to an existence in the early stage of the true spirit realm. The airship is going to sink. Everyone, hurry up and escape. We're almost at our destination anyway. Don't wait on the airship to die. That one-horned sea lion is too big. It's comparable to the airship of the soaring dragon chamber of commerce. Didn't they say that the beast clans of the fallen god sea have migrated during this season? Why does such a sea beast still exist? Qin Feng shuttled through the chaotic crowd, and no one recognized his identity. He rushed all the way to the deck. If he wanted to escape with his flying artifact, he would have to go to the deck. Roar! As soon as he arrived on the deck, a deafening roar sounded. Qin Feng immediately circulated his inner qi to protect his body, but he still felt a strong airflow rushing toward him. Cultivators below the Saint King realm were directly sent flying by the roar of the sea lion. Many fell into the sea, and their blood dyed the seawater red. Even cultivators in the early stage of the Saint King realm could not withstand it, and this was just the roar of the one-horned sea lion. If it launched a real attack, most cultivators below the true spirit realm would immediately be killed. Qin Feng? Are you okay? A familiar voice sounded, and there was a hint of surprise in it. Qin Feng's heart tightened. He was afraid that someone would recognize him. However, after seeing the other party's appearance, Qin Feng was slightly relieved. Senior Brother White True, where are you going? Su White True and Su Ru were fleeing with the Square Tower's disciples. Su White True pulled Qin Feng and ran. Junior Brother Qin Feng, a Class 7 one-horned sea lion, has appeared on the sea. The soaring dragon chamber of commerce is now organizing everyone to take refuge in the safety cabin. Hurry and come with us. Qin Feng was so scared that he pushed Su White True away. He had just escaped from that godforsaken place. Senior Brother White True, don't worry about me. I still have something to do. Hurry and go to the safety cabin. Su White True did not let go, and his expression was extremely grave. Junior Brother Qin Feng, a Class 7 sea beast is no joke. It is an existence comparable to the true spirit realm. We are all ants in front of that one-horned sea lion. If we don't hide, we will lose our lives. Of course, Qin Feng understood this, but he had to escape. If he did not escape this time, he would probably be under house arrest by the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce for the rest of his life. Senior Brother White True, Long Outyen wants to put me under house arrest to help the Chamber of Commerce refine elixirs. If I don't escape now, I won't have another chance. Qin Feng whispered the truth into Su White True's ear. Su White True's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly loosened his grip on Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng cupped his fists and said, Senior Brother White True, take care. A black shadow flashed by, and Qin Feng was long gone. A hint of surprise flashed across Su Ru's beautiful eyes. She realized that Qin Feng's cultivation realm was actually unfathomably high. Senior Brother White True, why did you let Qin Feng go? Su Ru revealed a rare expression of anxiety. She was usually expressionless. Chapter 1631. Qin Feng had already arrived on the deck. The vast sea in front of him was blocked by a huge hill. Looking carefully, it was not a hill at all, but a huge sea beast. This was the one-horned sea lion that attacked the airship. It was huge, and only half of its body was above the sea. All 4 of its limbs were at the bottom of the sea. Its head was raised high, and there was a sharp and long horn on its head. The one-horned sea lion was roaring, and its huge mouth seemed to be able to swallow a ship. Following its every roar, the waves surged like a tsunami erupting. There were many cultivators on the deck, and they were all covering their heads and running away. There was no second person like Qin Feng who ran to the deck. The entire airship was shaking violently, and it was impossible to stand on the deck steadily. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and circulated the aura in his body, as if he was running on a cliff. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly exploded, and the one-horned sea lion began to use its horn to hit the hull of the airship. It was unknown how powerful his attack was, but the entire flying ship shook and almost flipped over. Ah, help, I don't want to die. Where is President Long Outyen? Why didn't he bring people to kill the sea beast? Under this fierce attack, many cultivators accidentally fell into the sea. And at this moment, falling into the sea meant that there was no chance of survival. The cultivators' eyes were full of despair, and they kept calling for help on the sea. But after a while, the shouts gradually subsided and the sea turned red. Sea beast, how dare you attack the airship of the Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild? Leave quickly. At this time, a black shadow flew over quickly, followed by dozens of figures. The person's voice was strong, as if it came from thousands of miles away. Qin Fen became nervous when he heard this voice, because he knew that Long Outyen had come. Whoosh! Before the echo of the sea had faded, Long Outyen was already standing on a mast on the deck. No matter how violently the airship shook, Long Outyen seemed to be glued to the top of the mast. His body was as straight as an unsheathed sword, and he was not affected at all. Pa pa pa! Dozens of disciples of the Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild landed and lined up on the edge of the deck. The huge one-horned sea lion seemed to feel threatened and stopped ramming the airship, but it still opened its bloody mouth and roared, showing no intention of leaving. Guild leader Long Outyen is here. We're saved. President Long Outyen, that beast has killed many cultivators. You have to uphold justice for us. We can't let this unicorn sea lion go so easily. We must kill it. When they saw Long Outyen, the crowd calmed down a little. Qin Feng hid in the crowd and lowered his head, afraid that Long Outyen would recognize him. Bastard, why haven't you scrammed yet? Seems like you don't know how powerful this old man is. Long Outyen's face looked gloomy. He waved his skinny hand, and the air in front of him exploded. A loud noise was heard from the sea monster's body. Rumble. The commotion was even more intense than the roar of the sea beast. The mountain-like sea beast actually took a few steps back. Every time he moved, he set off terrifying waves at the bottom of the sea. Even the weather changed. Dark clouds rolled, giving people a sense of oppression. Phut! President Long Outyen's palm strike was just too overbearing. That's a 7th rank sea beast. Is this the power of the true spirit realm? Not to mention a Saint King realm cultivator. Even a Buddha light realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand that palm strike. That's great. With President Long Outyen's help, that sea beast will definitely die. The crowd was stunned. Even the cultivators who were running away stopped and surrounded the innermost area of the deck to watch this rare battle. Even Qin Feng was shocked. He had guessed the power of the true spirit realm, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the true spirit realm. Roar! Roar! The 7th rank sea beast seemed to be afraid, and its roar weakened a lot. It didn't dare to approach the airship, but it didn't turn around and leave either. It just stood there facing Long Outyen and the others. President, what should we do now? It's just a beast. How dare it behave so arrogantly in front of the president? Please lead the team and destroy this sea beast together. The disciples on the deck were eager to fight. They knew how powerful a 7th rank sea beast was, but they also knew how precious it was. Almost every part of this sea beast was a treasure. Its hard shell could be refined into a defensive spiritual weapon. Its flesh could be refined into pills, and the most precious part was the beast core inside its body. One had to know that any beast above the 4th rank would form a beast core inside its body. Eating a beast core could allow a cultivator to quickly break through to the next realm. Long Outyen stood at the top of the mast and didn't give any orders. He knew how powerful this sea beast was, and he also had the ability to kill the one-horned sea lion. However, a 7th rank sea beast wasn't easy to deal with. If he wanted to kill it, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Seeing that the airship was about to reach its destination, the mission of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce was considered complete. At this time, Long Outyen didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Don't kill it, just drive it away. Long Outyen said. The dozens of disciples were a little disappointed, but they immediately followed the president's instructions. These disciples who could come with Long Outyen were at least ninth realm Saint Kings, and there were even disciples who weren't in the Buddha-light realm. Everyone started to attack, and for a time the sea was turbulent, as if the end of the world was coming. Rumble. The loud noise didn't stop. Although the attacks of these disciples couldn't cause any substantial damage to the sea beast, the effect of the deterrence was excellent. The one-horned sea lion began to slowly retreat, getting farther and farther away from the airship. Obviously, it had the intention to retreat. Seeing this scene, the cultivators on the deck shouted excitedly, and their hearts finally relaxed. It felt like they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Only Qin Fen was anxious. If the sea beast really left, his escape plan would fail. Seeing that the sea beast was getting farther and farther away, Qin Fen didn't have time to hesitate. His mind moved slightly, and in an instant, a white light flashed through the waves. The white light was so fast that even the disciples of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce didn't notice it. On the sail, Long Outyen's expression changed, but before he could say anything, a loud noise exploded in the sea. Rumble. As if a missile had been thrown into the sea, a loud noise rose and fell around the one-horned sea lion. The sea formed a huge wave, and this sudden change angered the sea lion, and it suddenly swam toward the airship. The sea beast was very fast, like a moving giant mountain on the sea. Behind it, two waves hundreds of feet high were set off, and there was a loud noise like an engine under its feet. The cultivators on the deck were stunned, and they didn't understand what was going on. The disciples of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce were also puzzled. Why did this sea beast suddenly become angry? And what was the violent explosion just now? Qin Fen, why are you here? Are you trying to escape? Chapter 1632. The cloud-piercing arrow and the lightning elemental bead naturally belonged to Qin Fen. He had obtained the lightning elemental bead from the bandit Li Sha. The power of a single thunder elemental bead couldn't be underestimated. It could instantly kill a Saint King 8th Realm Master. And even if it didn't pose a threat to the one-horned sea lion's life, it could easily drive it mad. However, Qin Fen didn't expect that he would still be discovered. He purposefully hid in the crowd and used his mind to control the cloud-piercing arrow to fire from 100 meters away. However, in front of Long Outyen, these little tricks could not be hidden at all. Pill Monarch Qin, where have you been recently? When will Pill Monarch Qin be free? I'm going to pay you a visit. When they saw Qin Fen, the cultivators on the deck even forgot about the existence of the one-horned sea lion. They had been searching for Qin Fen these few days, hoping to rope in this elixir king for their family or sect. However, ever since the alchemist exchange, it was as if Qin Fen had vanished from the face of the earth. Not even a shadow of him could be seen on the entire flying ship. Compared to these cultivators, the disciples of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce had richer expressions when they saw Qin Fen. Pill King Qin, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Please return to the safety cabin to hide. These disciples didn't realize that Qin Fen had escaped, but Long Outyen saw through Qin Feng's thoughts. After he yelled, he flew towards Qin Fen to grab him. Before he could touch Qin Fen, a loud crash sounded out from the surface of the sea, and the airship was knocked over. Rumble. It turned out that the one-horned sea lion's furious full-speed attack had overturned the huge flying ship. The strong inertia threw the cultivators on the deck into the air. Qin Fen lost his footing and was sent flying, but it was this flying that allowed him to escape from Long Outyen's grasp. You beast! How dare you attack my Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce's airship? You're courting death. Guild leader, hurry up and destroy this sea monster. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce were furious. They didn't care about Qin Fen at all, thinking that he was just out for a breather. Long Outyen ignored the sea beast and leaped toward Qin Fen. His skinny hand gripped the air, and Qin Feng, who was 100 meters away, felt as if the air was being torn apart. A powerful aura surged forth, and actually bound him in the air, rendering him unable to move. Rumble! This palm strike caused a loud explosion. A huge creature suddenly rose from the boundless sea. It turned out that the unicorn's entire body had floated out of the water's surface. It had planned to use its sharp horn to smash Qin Feng's body, but it hadn't expected that Long Outyen's palm would hit it. It looked like a simple palm, but it actually forced the huge sea beast to take 2 steps back. Qin Feng was in the middle of the waves, and he felt as if all the seawater on the surface of the sea was flying out. The waves were incomparably ferocious, and when they hit his body, it was like a boulder falling down. Qin Feng was like a small boat in a raging storm. His body was completely out of his control. "You evil creature, do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you don't leave, I'll take your life." Long Outyen was furious. At this moment, his line of sight was blocked by the single-horned sea beast. Qin Feng had turned into a tiny black that was faintly discernible. It seemed like he was going to disappear at any moment. The single-horned sea beast's eyes were bloodshot, and it was in a frenzied state. How could it be afraid of Long Outyen's threat? Not only did it not retreat, it stabilized its body and quickly swam over. Behind it there were 2 strong waves. That scene shocked the crowd. "Oh no, this beast is enraged. Everyone, run for your lives. The flying ship has already been overturned, and President Long is still hesitating to make a move. What is he thinking?" The cultivators who came to explore the treasure could not understand Long Outyen's thoughts, and they even felt a little dissatisfied with him. However, they only dared to complain in their hearts. How could they dare to actually criticize Long Outyen? Seeing that the flying ship was half submerged in the sea, the cultivators began to run for their lives. This place was not far from the treasure hunting destination. Everyone took out their flying swords or flying artifacts. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as hundreds of sword shadows flashed across the sea. The disciples of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce were still shouting for everyone to hide in their cabins, but no one paid them any attention. Long Outyen's expression was ice cold. He raised his head and looked up. The sky was filled with cultivators, and he could not find Qin Feng's figure. Rumble! In just a few breaths' time, the single-horned sea beast launched its second round of attacks. The sharp horn on its head rammed into the bottom of the flying ship, and its huge body exerted force, directly lifting the ship above the surface of the sea. "This sea beast is crazy, quickly kill it. I'm afraid the flying ship can't be used anymore. There's no need to stay anymore." The news that the flying ship could no longer continue spread quickly, and the cultivators who were originally hiding in the safety cabins all returned to the deck. Since the ship was useless, it would be a waste of time for them to stay. Light streaked across the sky as tens of thousands of cultivators fled. "President Long Outyen, are we still not going to make a move?" "President, our flying ship will be completely scrapped if we wait any longer." The disciples of the Chamber of Commerce were impatient. Long Outyen kept looking for Qin Feng's figure in the crowd. Compared to an airship, Qin Feng's identity as a pill king was more important. But now that the sky was filled with cultivators, the scene was like a swarm of locusts. Long Outyen knew that there was no way to find Qin Feng, so he suddenly jumped into the sea and vented his anger on the single-horned sea lion. "The president has made a move. The president has finally made a move." The disciples of the Chamber of Commerce cheered. But before they could finish, a loud noise suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. The seawater within a kilometer radius changed dramatically, forming a huge whirlpool with the flying ship as the center. Rumble! The sea wind howled, and the huge waves rolled. Many disciples who were fleeing suddenly stopped and looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them in disbelief. The huge whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and it spun faster and faster. Even a Sage King Realm cultivator would be instantly destroyed if they fell into the whirlpool. Long Outyen was standing in the center of the whirlpool, and he was the cause of the turbulent waves. Rise! Long Outyen was at the bottom of the sea. There was no seawater around him, and he was in a state of vacuum. The moment he raised his skinny palm, the waves around him shot out like countless sharp arrows, heading straight for the single-horned sea lion. Roar! The sea beast sensed danger, and it roared like a madman. It wanted to fall back into the sea, but the sea had already changed, and the seawater had become a weapon to attack it. The next moment, loud noises sounded. Every wave that hit the single-horned sea lion was like a speeding train crashing into it. The sea beast had a hard shell, but under the continuous attack of the waves, cracks appeared on the shell, and blood flowed out of the cracks. This is the strength of a true spirit realm cultivator. It's terrifying. President Long is mighty. A mere 7th-rank sea beast is like an ant in front of President Long. Chapter 1633. Unknowingly, Qin Feng had already flown hundreds of miles away. However, he could still faintly hear the loud noises in the distance. Looking back, he could see huge waves soaring into the sky. It was a strange sight. Qin Feng controlled the flying ship to land. This flying ship was snatched from the bandit Li Sha. It was a high-grade flying ship and was slightly better than Sister Hong's. This was a small island with dense forests. Qin Feng walked around the edge of the island and found a lot of ingredients for concocting pills. Most of these ingredients were for refining pills. However, Qin Feng was not disappointed. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Just the shore of the island already had such high, great herbs. There must be many precious, spiritual herbs hidden deep in the forest. Qin Feng was about to enter the forest to search for treasures when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and glanced at the sky behind him. 2 flying ships were flying over quickly. These 2 flying ships had been following Qin Feng all the way. Qin Feng did not pay much attention to them and thought they were escaping cultivators. However, seeing that they had chased him to the shore of the island, Qin Feng became vigilant. The flying ships were flying at full speed. When the flying ships neared, Qin Feng could see that they were 2 low-grade flying ships, similar to Sister Hong's flying ship. In the northern sand continent, it was not easy to own a flying ship. Most of them were disciples of 5-star sects or big families. However, to Qin Feng, owning a low-grade flying ship was not a big deal. At most, they would be at the Saint King realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng calmed down. He did not plan to leave. He wanted to see who was chasing him. Shua! With a wind-breaking sound, the 2 flying ships neared and stopped beside Qin Feng. For people came down from the flying ships. Qin Feng recognized them immediately. They were Zhao Lei and the others from Celestial Crane Mountain. Haha, Qin, I couldn't deal with you on the flying ship. Let's see where you can run now. Zhao Lei walked at the front and laughed playfully. 3 disciples immediately surrounded Qin Feng, afraid that he would escape. Senior brother Zhao Lei, this is an elixir king. We're going to be rich this time. A disciple looked Qin Feng up and down as if he had discovered a treasure in the desert. Who cares if he is a pill king? Since he dared to offend our Celestial Crane Mountain, we will kill him. Another disciple shouted coldly. Zhao Lei hurriedly waved his hand. I can't kill him. Although this kid deserved 10,000 deaths for his crimes. Who asked him to be an alchemy king? A pill king who is not even 30 years old. There's only one in the entire North Sand region. We can capture him and bring him back to the sect. At that time, the great elders will definitely reward us. In the future, our immortal Crane Mountain will also have a pill king. We won't have to worry about the lack of pills when breaking through. The 4 of them discussed how to deal with Qin Feng as if everything was under their control. Qin Feng found this funny. Although he had broken through to the 8th level Saint King realm, he had always shown his strength as a 1st level Saint King. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Lei and the other three did not put him in their eyes at all. It was as if they had him in their grasp. Senior brother Zhao Lei, but that bastard Shui Junfei killed Zhao Li. I suspect that this brat was the one who gave Shui Junfei the medicinal pill and helped him break through. The disciple who was clamoring to kill Qin Feng was displeased. At the mention of Zhao Li's death, everyone's faces turned cold. At that time, they did not know Qin Feng's identity as a pill king and were puzzled as to how Shui Junfei could break through in one night. Now that they understood his identity, they could easily guess that it was Qin Feng's doing. Junior brother Zhao Li died unjustly. Don't worry, I am not the great senior brother for nothing. I will definitely avenge junior brother Zhao Li. I think we should just break this brat's legs. Anyway, it's fine as long as we have hands to refine pills. After that, I will find Shui Junfei and personally take his head. When Zhao Lei said this, the other junior brother nodded in agreement. After the four of them reached an agreement, they looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile. With a flip of his hand, Zhao Lei took out a machete from his storage ring and carried it on his shoulder. Qin brat, I know you have countless pills on you. If you know what's good for you, hand them over. When I chop off your legs later, I can let you suffer less. When they thought of the Pill King's private stash of pills, the eyes of the other three junior brothers lit up. The three of them were currently at the 6th level Saint King realm and were unable to break through. They believed that with the pills, it was not impossible for them to step into the 9th level Saint King realm in a short time. Zhao Lei was currently at the early stage of the 9th level Saint King realm. He knew that Qin Feng had the Yuan refining pill, so breaking through to the Buddha light realm would be a piece of cake. I don't have the pills, but I can give you a chance to say your last words. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but the four of them were stunned. One of the junior brothers was the first to come back to his senses and threw a punch at Qin Feng's back. Brat, if we don't teach you a lesson first, you won't know how powerful we are. Boom! That disciple's punch exploded with the power of a 6th level Saint King. Under the loud bang, it was not the scene of Qin Feng being sent flying. Instead, Qin Feng quickly threw out a palm, and the disciple who attacked him flew into the air. His body exploded like fireworks. The smiles on the faces of the other three instantly froze. They stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes and mouths agape. They even felt like they were dreaming. They had always thought that Qin Feng was only a 1st level Saint King. How could he kill a 6th level Saint King? Damn it, this brat is hiding his strength. Let's kill him together. The remaining two disciples were furious, and they charged at Qin Feng from the left and right. Both of them held a long saber in their hands, and they looked like they wanted to cut Qin Feng into pieces. However, Zhao Li was still in a daze. When he saw Qin Feng kill Zhao with a palm, he was shocked. Even with his current strength, he did not dare to say that he could easily kill a 6th level Saint King, but Qin Feng had done it. Be careful! Come back quickly! Zhao Lei sensed a hidden danger and opened his mouth to warn his two junior brothers. However, he was still a step too late. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang exploded. Qin Feng casually waved his hand, and a golden saber that was hundreds of meters long surged forward. The saber chi seemed to have solidified, and it enveloped a large area of the island. The two disciples had already sensed that they were about to die, but before they could react, their bodies exploded in the violent saber chi. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion was still ongoing. Zhao Lei stood on the spot like a stone pillar, and the shock in his eyes could not be erased. In just a few breaths' time, the three junior brothers who were originally alive had all died. When he thought of how he had threatened Qin Feng fearlessly not long ago, he found it funny. You dared to kill disciples of Celestial Crane Mountain, and Celestial Crane Mountain will definitely not let you off. Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you have hidden your strength. I have stepped into the 9th level Saint King early stage, and killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Chapter 1634. Qin Feng did not seem to hear Zhao Lei's harsh words and stood still. Zhao Lei felt a little guilty. He had deliberately announced his realm to intimidate Qin Feng, but from Qin Feng's reaction, he could tell that Zhao Lei did not take him seriously at all. Brat, you can become a pill king at such a young age, and your cultivation is not bad. You can be considered a genius among geniuses. I will let you live, so hurry up and scram. Zhao Lei pretended to be strong, but in his heart he was already thinking of retreating. He could not fathom Qin Feng's realm. He could kill a 6th realm Saint King with one palm. So how could he be easy to deal with? Are you kidding me? I'm the one who wants to kill you now. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Li as if he was looking at an idiot. Damn it, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think you can kill me? Zhao Lei was furious. He was a 9th realm Saint King. So how could he be led by the nose by Qin Feng? Boom! With a roar, Zhao Lei leaped into the air and swung the machete in his hand, causing the air in front of him to explode violently. Zhao Lei did not hold back in this attack, releasing all the aura of an early 9th realm Saint King. However, Qin Feng stood still and did not dodge. When the wind from the machete hit him, he casually thrust it into the air. Stab! 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 Thousands of red spear radiants shot out like flying arrows, and the airflow formed by the machete was instantly broken. Zhao Lei's expression changed dramatically as he felt the aura of death rapidly approaching him. He swung his machete and wanted to continue attacking, but before the second slash landed, his body suddenly stopped in midair. Boom! An explosion spread. Zhao Lei raised the machete high above his head and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on him. One of the spirit equipment armor on his body began to shatter, and the fragments fell to the ground. Cracks also appeared on the clothes inside, and even his skin began to split open. Finally, like a burst of fireworks, the flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Qin Feng put away the Rainbow Demon Storm Spear, not looking at the pool of blood. An early 9th realm Saint King died just like that. He could not even withstand one move from Qin Feng. This battle had surprised Qin Feng. He had not expected himself to be so powerful. Although he was aware that he could kill a 9th level Saint King realm early stage cultivator, he did not expect it to be so easy. In Qin Feng's eyes, Zhao Lei and the other 3 were nothing more than ants. After killing them, Qin Feng didn't stop for even a moment. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the forest. The islands on the God-falling sea were like spring all year round, and the rain was plentiful. The trees here were lush, and the flowers and plants were overgrown. The spirit chi here was extremely rich. Many cultivators didn't even come here to look for treasures. Instead, they were stuck at a bottleneck and specifically came to this place with rich spiritual energy to find an opportunity to break through. However, this kind of spiritual energy density was not attractive to Qin Feng. Currently, he had thrown 25 million high-grade spirit stones into his astral world, which covered an area of more than 25,000 square meters. The spiritual energy density was much higher than on the island. Qin Feng came to the God-perishing ocean to search for treasures, and his main objective was to collect various medicinal ingredients for alchemy. Actually, he had swindled quite a number of spiritual herbs from the Dragonrise Merchant Guild this time. However, perhaps because Long Outyen had long been on guard against him, even though those spiritual herbs were precious, the highest grade could only be used to refine the primary transformation pill. As for medicinal herbs that were level 4 imperial pills and above, there were none at all, let alone immortal herbs. Before Qin Feng came to the fallen god sea, Sister Hong told him that there were many spiritual herbs on the island, and if he was lucky, he could even find immortal herbs. Immortal grasses were essential ingredients for refining grade 8 immortal pills. They could only be found by chance in the entire divine continent. Whoosh! Qin Fin casually waved his hand, and several fire blades were thrown out. A few colorful snakes that were about to ambush him were instantly burned to ashes. Along the way, he had encountered no less than 20 waves of attacks. However, most of the beasts on the island had migrated, and most of the beasts that remained were below Tier 4, so they posed no threat to Qin Feng. Perhaps it was because they sensed Qin Feng's danger. Many of the ferocious beasts hiding in the dark quietly retreated. This saved him a lot of trouble. 5 flowers and grass. I didn't expect there to be 5 flowers and plants here. Qin Feng excitedly ran to a large tree. There was a large patch of colorful flowers and plants there. It was difficult for ordinary people to recognize these herbs. Qin Feng only knew about them because he had read about them in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills. In fact, the 5 flowers and plants were not ingredients for refining pills. They were used to refine 5 elements formation flags. Qin Feng dug out the entire patch of soil and stored the 5 flowers and plants into his star ring. These spiritual herbs grew by relying on the soil. If they were separated from the soil, they would quickly wither and die. Qin Feng glanced at the star ring and nodded his head in satisfaction. He had only been on the island for 3 hours, but he had already collected more than 10 kinds of precious spiritual herbs. Although the spiritual herbs grades were not high, and most of them were used to refine grade 5 immortal pills, this was just one island. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of islands around the fallen god sea. You'd better not come any closer, or I'll burn it. An angry roar came from not far away. Qin Feng raised his brows and quickly hid on top of a large tree. Looking around, there were 2 groups of people standing on the grassland 200 meters away. One group only had a white-robed young man, and the other group had 3 burly men. The white-robed young man was holding a fiery red fruit in his hand, and his face was full of vigilance. The 3 people had already surrounded him in a triangular formation, leaving him no way out. "Stinking brat, if you dare to destroy the holy fruit, I'll make you wish you were dead," a middle-aged man with fiery red hair threatened. The white-robed young man only had the aura of Immortal Chi level 6, and the 3 people surrounding him were obviously Saint Kings. They were not on the same level at all. The white-robed young man had found the fiery red fruit by accident, and he had no idea what it was. In the end, he had just plucked it when these 3 people rushed over and forced him to hand it over. Actually, the white-robed young man was willing to hand over the fruit in exchange for his life, but he could see the killing intent in the 3 people's eyes. He knew that even if he handed over the holy fruit, they would not let him go. It was precisely because of this that the white-robed young man held on to the fruit tightly. This fiery red fruit was his only way to save his life. "Don't come any closer, or I'll crush this fruit," the young man said resolutely. The 3 people who were approaching quickly stopped, and the man with fiery red hair roared, "You do you know who we are? We are disciples of the 4-star devil sect, the Blood Fiend sect. The fruit in your hand is the dark spirit fruit, which is called the holy fruit by the devil sect. This fruit is useless to you. As long as you hand it over obediently, we can spare your life." Although the other party said so, the white-robed young man did not believe them. He was not a native here, and now that he had come to the divine continent, he did not even have the ability to protect himself. No matter what he did, he had to be careful. But just as the white-robed young man was hesitating, the red-haired young man suddenly flew over. He was extremely fast, and before the white-robed young man could react, he was already in front of him. Qin Feng shouted from the top of the tree. Because he had revealed his identity as a Pill King, he did not want to meddle in other people's business, but this time he could not just sit back and watch. The white-robed young man was his friend, Wen Yiming. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1635. Rumble. There was a loud explosion. The red-haired man threw a punch. Wen Yiming's expression changed drastically. When he realized what was happening, he realized that he had no way to fight back. Where did this brat come from? How dare he interfere with blood-evil Luo's business? The red-haired man's fist was about to land on Wen Yiming when he suddenly punched behind him. The fist energy shot into the sky and broke the air. Rumble! The person blocked the red-haired man's punch with a simple palm. Two violent air currents collided in the sky, producing a series of thunderous booms. Wen Yiming was still pushed back by the aftershock, but he was fine. He immediately got up and looked at the figure that landed not far away. His eyes fell to the ground in shock. Young hero Qin? It's really you? Wen Yiming thought he was dreaming. Then he heard Qin Fun's familiar voice. Brother Wen, you're here too? It's really young hero Qin. It's great to see you here. Wen Yiming confirmed that it wasn't a dream. He was so excited that he forgot about his current situation. The blood-evil Luo and the others were confused by their conversation. They felt that the two of them were from another planet. Brat, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, you'll die today. The red-haired man didn't rush to attack after his punch. He was afraid of Qin Fun's strength. Wen Yiming suddenly came to and shouted, "Oh no! Young hero Qin, leave now. These people are locals. Their strength is unfathomable. We're no match for them." Wen Yiming was a disciple of China's inner hidden sect. He was one of the strongest on earth. However, ever since he came to the divine continent, he realized that the people here were too abnormal. Their cultivation started from stage 1 immortal qi. He was completely cannon fodder. Although Qin Fun was the top martial artist on earth, Wen Yiming didn't think highly of him. He felt that Qin Fun was in a similar situation. The conversation between the two was really strange. The red-haired man shouted impatiently, "You two are crazy. What locals and outsiders? You want to say that you're from another planet? Do you think I'm scared?" Wen Yiming ignored the man's shout. He looked at Qin Fun anxiously. "Young hero Qin, leave now. I'll try my best to stall them." With that, Wen Yiming actually pulled out the long sword at his waist and rushed forward. The Snow Mountain sect, he was originally from, focused on the sword Dao. Back then, Qin Fun had praised Wen Yiming's sword skills endlessly. However, on the divine continent, Wen Yiming's sword was full of flaws. "Humph, you're courting death." Red Hair was instantly enraged. In his eyes, Wen Yiming was less than an ant, yet he dared to take the initiative to attack him. He punched out, and it was as if thunder had fallen from the sky. Qin Fun had completely seen through this person's realm. He was a 7th realm Saint King expert. The fist seal condensed and shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly scattering the sword qi that Wen Yiming had struck out. However, a black shadow flashed by and casually slashed down with a saber. The red-haired man's expression froze, and his body stood straight on the spot. Rumble! That slash was so powerful that the continuous explosions gave the other two a fright. "Senior brother Shuefei, are you all right?" "Eldest senior brother, say something." The two of them shouted the red-haired man's name, but there was no response. Just as they were about to speak, a horrifying scene appeared. The clothes on the red-haired man's body were torn apart, and even his skin and flesh were cracking rapidly. Finally, with a loud explosion, his flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Not only were the two blood-evil Luo disciples stunned, but even Wen Yiming revealed a look of disbelief. However, Qin Fun acted as if nothing had happened. Before the other two could react, the golden phoenix in his hand slashed down again, instantly killing the two of them. Rumble! The explosion in the air had yet to subside, and Wen Yiming could not come back to his senses for a long time. Shuefei and the other two, who he thought were so strong that he could not fight against, were actually so weak in Qin Fun's hands. "Brother Wen, we're safe now." Qin Fun had already returned to Wen Yiming's side, smiling brightly as he patted Wen Yiming's shoulder. His image was completely different from the cold-blooded person who killed a venerable in an instant. Wen Yiming's expression was blank, and he subconsciously asked, "Young hero Qin, what realm are you in now?" Qin Fin did not need to hide anything from Wen Yiming. "I just stepped into 8th realm, Saint King, not long ago." Hiss! Wen Yiming sucked in a cold breath. He had been in the divine, supreme continent for a few months, so he naturally understood the cultivation realms here. "Young hero Qin is indeed the strongest person on earth. I didn't expect you to be so strong in a cultivation continent like this." Wen Yiming still remembered when he first met Qin Fin. It was when he went to explore an ancient martial arts relic in the outskirts of Acropolis City, and Qin Fin and Hua Yin teamed up with him. At that time, Qin Fin's strength was below his, but now he was miles ahead of him. "Brother Wen, did you come here alone? Where have you been these few months?" Actually, Qin Fin did not need Wen Yiming to tell him that Wen Yiming had been struggling for the past few months. This was the divine supreme continent, and those cultivators who came from the martial arts world outside of China would all be miserable. An extremely complicated expression flashed across Wen Yiming's eyes, showing that his experience during this period was simply indescribable. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "I originally came here with a group of Snow Mountain sect disciples to explore, but I didn't expect that there would be so many venerable ones here. The disciples and a few elders who came with me were all killed. I was also lucky to be alive until today. If it wasn't for young hero Qin, I'm afraid I would have died just now." Qin Fin sighed as he thought about the time when he first came to the divine supreme continent. At that time, he had only just stepped into the immortal Qi realm, and even the 3-star sect, the Hanyuan sect, was unwilling to accept him as a disciple. Now he had already stepped into the 8th Saint King level, become an Elixir King, and established the China Chamber of Commerce. "Brother Wen, don't worry about cultivation. With me around, I can guarantee that you'll break through quickly." Qin Fin shook his head and cast aside those messy thoughts. Now was not the time to be emotional, and there were too many things waiting for him to do. "Oh right, young hero Qin, before I came to the fallen god sea, I was in the spirit immortal city. Back then, I also guessed that the spirit immortal city was your territory, so I went to look for it. In the end, I found out that it was just a coincidence of the name. There were no martial artists outside of China there, but there were many poor people." Qin Fin was stunned. "You went to the spirit immortal city. What's the situation there now?" 2 small countries are at war, and the sky is filled with cannon fire. The people have no way to live." Wen Yiming shook his head and sighed. Back then, Qin Fin went to the spirit immortal city and found Lin Bei, Lu Jia, and the others there. However, the spiritual energy there was too little, and it was not suitable for cultivation. So Qin Fin brought everyone to Luo City, and then to the current Flower City. However, the spirit immortal city was still the spirit immortal city of China, and it was just merged into the divine supreme continent. Anyway, Qin Fin had stayed in the divine supreme continent for a period of time, and he was also the one who built the spirit immortal city, so he had some feelings for it. Chapter 1636. Qin Fin temporarily suppressed his impulsive thoughts. His priority now was to search for treasures and collect medicinal ingredients. However, meeting Wen Yiming had disrupted some of his plans. He had originally planned to travel alone on the island, but he couldn't leave Wen Yiming behind. If he did, Brother Wen would die. Qin Fin looked at Wen Yiming's aura. He was only at the 6th stage of immortal energy. This surprised Qin Fin. Wen Yiming had come to the divine supreme continent at the same time as the others. On the divine supreme continent, cultivation started from the immortal energy stage. Wen Yiming's cultivation foundation in the secular world wasn't very useful. Lin Bei and the other girls were only at the 6th stage of immortal energy with the help of Qin Fin's various pills. Wen Yiming had broken through with his own ability. It wasn't easy. "Young hero Qin, is my stage too low? I can't do anything about it." Wen Yiming shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was one of the strongest cultivators in China, but now he was cannon fodder here. Qin Fen smiled and patted his shoulder. It's okay, Brother Wen. I said I would help you break through quickly. Take a few pills now, I'll protect you. Qin Fen didn't have many immortal energy stage pills because he didn't care for them. He took out a handful of pills. There were bone cleansing pills, cloud pills, detoxification pills, and golden sage pills. The main pill was the golden sage pills. However, the golden sage pills helped cultivators at the 9th stage of immortal energy to break through to the 1st stage of Saint King. Wen Yiming was only at the 6th stage of immortal energy. The effects of the golden sage pills were too strong. Qin Fen obviously knew this. He planned to use the method he used to break through to the 8th stage of Saint King on Wen Yiming. Since he wanted to break through quickly, he had to suffer some pain. Wen Yiming himself was a cultivation genius of his generation, so he believed that he would be able to withstand this pain. Young hero Qin, what kind of pills are these? It looks really powerful. Wen Yiming was stunned by the assortment of elixirs. Although he didn't know how to refine pills, he could roughly distinguish the quality of the pills. The pills Qin Fen took out were spirit pills that he had never seen before. They are basically golden sage pills. If you swallow them all, they can help you break through to the 1st stage of Saint King in one go. Of course, if you can't withstand the physical torture before your breakthrough, your dantian might explode and you'll have to start cultivating all over again. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. He wasn't exaggerating at all. However, as an elixir king, Qin Feng wasn't worried even if Wen Yiming's dantian was destroyed. He had seen a pill formula in the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Pills that could repair damaged dantians. However, if Wen Yiming really failed, then it was unavoidable that he would have to start cultivating from the beginning. These are all gold cores? Young hero Qin, you're not joking with me, right? Wen Yiming did not care about the possibility of his dantian exploding. He was directly shocked by the golden cores in front of him. After staying on the divine supreme continent for so long, Wen Yiming was not a fool who did not know anything. He was very clear about the divine supreme continent's pill grading system. From miracle pill to spirit pill, then to grade 6 gold pill. With Wen Yiming's current cultivation level, he mostly needed 1st grade to 4th grade elixirs. 5th grade elixirs, in his eyes, were like the moon in the sky, something that could only be seen but not reached. As for grade 6 gold pills, they were pills that he would never even think about before. He never thought that there would be a handful of gold pills in front of him. It was up to him to decide whether to eat them or not. When Yiming calmed down, his expression solemn. After his excitement, he began to consider the pros and cons of this matter. After a while, he resolutely said, Young hero Qin, thank you for giving me the pills. I have decided to give it a try. You should know that in the divine supreme continent, only the strong are respected. If I don't even dare to try this little bit of danger, I will die under someone else's fist sooner or later. Qin Feng nodded in appreciation. He patted Wen Yiming's shoulder and said, Brother Wen, don't feel too burdened. Your method of breaking through is unique in the divine supreme continent. I created it not long ago when I broke through from the 6th Saint King realm to the 8th Saint King realm. Even if you really fail, don't be discouraged. I can refine pills that can restore your dantian, allowing you to step back on the path of cultivation. Wen Yiming was shocked once again. There was even a pill that could restore one's dantian. In the martial world of China, if one's dantian was destroyed, it would really be destroyed. With Qin Feng's assurance, Wen Yiming no longer had any worries. He took the golden core and sat under a big tree, preparing to break through. Qin Feng set up a few level 3 defense formations and killing formations. He even personally killed a few beasts wandering nearby, scaring away the rest of the beasts hiding nearby. After that, Qin Feng took out a pile of spirit stones and placed them around Wen Yiming. He also set up a simple spirit gathering formation. The island was rich in spiritual qi. Under the guidance of the spirit gathering formation, The spiritual qi in Qin Feng's area increased by another level. However, the spiritual qi here was still much weaker than in the astral boundary. Qin Feng thought that if Wen Yiming could enter the astral boundary to break through, the success rate would increase by several times. However, he was the only one who could enter the astral boundary. No one else could enter. Time passed quickly. Wen Yiming's body emitted loud noises from time to time. Each movement symbolized that he had successfully broken through a realm. At first, Qin Feng was guarding him. Later, when he saw that Wen Yiming's breakthrough was going smoothly, he went to the nearby area to look for herbs. After 3 days and 3 nights, Wen Yiming's aura gradually stabilized. He slowly got up. When he opened his eyes, they were like twinkling stars. His aura was ethereal, as if he had become a different person. Phew! Wen Yiming let out a long breath of turbid air. With a face full of joy, he shouted, "Young hero Qin, I have really stepped into the Saint King realm. Thank you so much." During these 3 days and 3 nights, Wen Yiming had been tormented. Every time he broke through, he felt like his body was about to explode. The golden sage elixir's medicinal properties were too strong. It was not something a stage 6 immortal qi cultivator could consume. However, he had successfully broken through in the end. This made all the pain he had endured become very meaningful. Brother Wen, let's not be polite. Congratulations on stepping into the Saint King realm. Qin Feng was happy for Wen Yiming. Although the Saint King realm was still too weak in Qin Feng's eyes, at least he had the ability to protect himself in the divine continent. Moreover, Qin Feng realized that Wen Yiming's cultivation talent was very high. He believed that with the help of elixirs in the future, his breakthrough speed would be very fast. Rumble. Just as the two of them were celebrating, a loud noise came from afar. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. He looked at Wen Yiming and said, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 1637. Young hero Qin, what's going on? Wen Yiming arrived a few dozen breaths later than Qin Feng. He sighed inwardly at Qin Feng's strength. Update fast, no ads. There's clear spirit grass on the opposite island, Qin Feng said quickly. Clear spirit grass? What use does it have? Wen Yiming clearly didn't know what the psychic grass was. It can be used to refine the spirit surge pill. It can help cultivators without spirit roots to have a chance of forming spirit roots, Qin Feng explained. Wen Yiming was stunned. He had been in the divine continent for a long time, so of course he had heard of spiritual roots. As long as a cultivator possessed a spirit root, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. In fact, there were also cultivators with spiritual roots in the martial arts world outside of China. It was just that they were not called this way. Instead, they were genius cultivators with special constitutions. For example, Lin Bei Bei had a frigidine body that only appeared once every 100 years, and Zhao Lingxian had a natural seductive bone. They both had hidden spiritual roots, but Qin Feng didn't know about it yet. There's actually such an elixir? Then let's hurry over and pick the psychic grass. After Wen Yiming came back to his senses, he couldn't contain his excitement. Qin Feng wanted to pull him back, but it was too late. Wen Yiming's aura burst out and was discovered by the cultivators on the opposite island. Who is hiding on the opposite shore? If you're here for the spirit grass, then please show yourself quickly. Let's work together to deal with that demonic beast. The roar came from the opposite island. The sound was extremely penetrating. Even though the two islands were hundreds of meters apart, the sound still traveled clearly into Qin Feng and Wen Yiming's ears. Wen Yiming realized that he had been too rash and looked at Qin Feng with shame. Qin Feng had no intention of blaming him, but since he had been discovered, he couldn't continue to hide. One had to know that the divine supreme continent was mainly focused on cultivation. Cultivators would start fighting over a few words of disagreement. Now, the other party had discovered the clear spirit grass, and there seemed to be a demonic beast guarding it. Qin Feng and Wen Yiming could either go and help and get a share of the clear spirit grass, or they could pretend that they hadn't seen anything and leave. However, it was impossible for them to hide in the shadows and reap the benefits. Young hero Qin, what do we do now? Wen Yiming was a little nervous. He was afraid that the cultivators on the opposite island were all experts. Qin Feng hadn't planned on bringing Wen Yiming along, but now that they had been discovered, Wen Yiming could only follow. Let's go and take a look at the situation first. If we really have to fight, you just have to worry about your own life. Don't get caught up in the fight and don't worry about me. Wen Yiming nodded solemnly. He knew that with his current strength, he was a burden to Qin Feng. The two of them stepped on their flying swords and landed on the opposite shore. As soon as he landed, Qin Feng couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. This was simply a land that specialized in clear spirit grass. A large stretch of clear spirit grass stretched as far as the eye could see, just like ordinary green grass. So it was Pil King Qin. A group of people leaped out of the dense forest, clearly waiting for Qin Feng and Wen Yiming to come over. Qin Feng recognized the man in the lead. It was Xue Pingji, who had hosted the Saint Ruler Exchange on the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce's airship. It was said that this person was a disciple of the Yuan continent's Xue clan, and the Xue clan was rather prestigious in the North Sand continent. They were a 5-star clan. Senior Xue, you're here as well. Qin Feng simply greeted them. In reality, Qin Feng didn't have a good impression of Xue Pingji. At the Holy King Exchange, this old fellow wanted to forcefully exchange for his origin transformation pill. It was also because there were several peak 9th Realm Saint King powerhouses present that Xue Pingji did not forcefully snatch it. There were 5 people standing behind Xue Pingji. Looking at their uniform, one could tell that they were disciples of the Xue family. When the 5 of them saw Qin Feng's face, they couldn't help but cry out. Is it really Pil King Qin? I didn't expect to be able to speak with Pil Monarch Qin at such a close distance. It's truly my honor. Pil King Qin, I've been stuck at the 6th level of the Saint King realm for a long time, and I've always found it difficult to break through. I wonder if Elixir King Qin has any golden yuan pills on him? I am willing to pay for it. The number of Pil Kings in the North Sand region could be counted with one's fingers. An average cultivator might not even see a living Pil King in their lifetime. Now that the youngest Pil King of the North Sand region was standing in front of them, it was no wonder that the Xue clan cultivators were excited. What, young hero Qin, are you an Elixir King? Only then did Wen Yiming know about this. He was even more shocked than the Xue clan cultivators. Qin Feng was not willing to say more about this matter. He looked at the clear spirit grass around him and said, Senior Xue, you also want to collect these spirit grass? Xue Pingji's expression was a little complicated. It was unknown what he was thinking. Pil Monarch Qin, I didn't know that these spirit grass are called clear spirit grass. I only found out about it when you and Pil Master Lu Hui had a pill battle on the flying ship. However, I really don't know what these clear spirit grass are used for. Please enlighten me, Pil Master Qin. Qin Feng was a little unhappy. He purposely didn't say the name of the clear spirit grass because he wanted to test if Xue Pingji recognized these spirit grass. Unexpectedly, the other party knew about it. Moreover, he found out about it through the Pill Master exchange. Clear spirit grass doesn't have much use. It is only used as a supplementary ingredient to refine some ordinary tier 5 spirit pills. Otherwise, it wouldn't grow so much. Qin Feng wanted to bluff. It would be best if he could trick Xue Pingji and the others away. However, Xue Pingji was cunning and didn't fall for it so easily. So it's just an ordinary spirit grass. That Pil Monarch Qin won't be interested in it, right? Xue Pingji countered. Qin Feng wanted to slap this guy to death, but Xue Pingji was a peak 9th Realm Saint King. Qin Feng didn't have much confidence. Most importantly, besides Xue Pingji, there are 2 other 9th Realm Saint Kings among the 5 people behind him. Moreover, There was an even more powerful danger hidden in the dark. Qin Feng didn't know what it was. Indeed, I won't be interested in it. However, clear spirit grass is quite rare. I don't have any spare ingredients on me, so I can pick some. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. Xue Pingji smiled. He seemed to have noticed something fishy, but he didn't leave. Pill Monarch Qin. Clear spirit grass is everywhere. You can pick some if you want. However, this area is occupied by a fifth realm monster beast. It will come out at any time to attack. Qin Feng finally knew what the hidden danger was. There was an 80% chance that it was the rank 5 demon beast. When Qin Feng was on the opposite side of the island, he heard a loud noise. It seemed that Xue Pingji and the others were fighting the monster beast. Fifth realm monster beast? How strong is it? Qin Feng didn't know much about the ranking of the Divine Continent's beasts. In the Divine Continent, a 6th realm monster beast was comparable to a true Qi stage 8th realm cultivator. But it was obviously not the case here. That's a giant python. Its strength is comparable to a Buddha light initial stage cultivator. However, if we join forces, we still have a chance to defeat the monster beast. Xue Pingji looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his decision. Qin Feng obviously couldn't fight a Buddha light initial stage monster beast. However, looking at the clear spirit grass all over the ground, he decided to take the risk. All right, let's join forces. As long as we can scare the monster beast away, it's fine. Qin Feng nodded. Chapter 1638. Seeing that Qin Feng agreed without hesitation, Xue Pingji thought quickly. He was sure that the clear spirit grass on the ground was not the normal spirit grass Qin Feng mentioned. It was probably a very precious alchemy ingredient. Otherwise, why would Qin Feng risk his life to collect these spirit grass? Xue Pingji thought of this, but didn't say it out loud. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Okay, then let's form an alliance for now. I see that Alchemy Monarch Qin's friend has just entered the Saint King realm. When the fight starts, let him stand at the back and assist. Don't lose your life." Xue Pingji reminded Wen Yiming hypocritically. Wen Yiming nodded gratefully at him. Qin Feng still had an indifferent expression. He had interacted with Xue Pingji before and saw his greedy nature when he was in a hurry. Qin Feng didn't believe that this kind of person could be kind. He was always on guard against Xue Pingji. Just as the two sides formed an alliance, a strange roar came from the forest. Xue Pingji and the others' expressions changed. They immediately jumped onto the trees beside them. Alchemy Monarch Qin. Quickly climb up the trees with your friend. That demon beast is attacking again. Just as Xue Pingji finished speaking, a giant python with a flowery body jumped out. This giant python's body was as thick as a human's waist. Its eyes glowed with a strange rainbow light. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out its bright red tongue. Wen Yiming was scared silly on the spot. Stab, stab, stab. The giant python's body shook, and the scales on its body shot out like hundreds of flying knives towards Wen Yiming. Suddenly, there was a burst of wind-breaking sounds. Wen Yiming had no time to react. Seeing that his heart was about to be pierced by 10,000 arrows, Qin Feng grabbed him and jumped towards the large tree behind him. While the two of them were still flying through the air, the ground they were standing on exploded into a huge crater. Phew, that was close. Thank you, young hero Qin, for saving my life. Wen Yiming patted his chest, still in shock. Xue Pingji had already led his disciples to attack the giant python. The island was instantly filled with sword and sword shadows and loud noises. What demon beast is that? Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to attack. He communicated with Little Pig telepathically. Master, be careful. That's a rank 5 flower, soul-devouring snake. Little Pig's voice was serious. What a scary name. What's so great about it? Qin Feng curled his lips. The flower-eyed soul-devouring snake lives in places where the clear spirit grass appears. because it feeds on the clear spirit grass all year round. This kind of demonic beast's mental strength is very strong. The eyes of an adult soul-devouring snake glowed with a colorful light. That was the sign of a condensed divine soul. Through this pair of soul-devouring eyes, they can interfere with the enemy's divine sense and launch soul attacks. As a spirit beast master, Qin Feng had already realized how powerful this dazzling Soul Eater snake was. In fact, Qin Feng had previously purchased mental power potions from the system. Coupled with his constant refining of pills to hone his divine sense, his mental power was dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. But even so, he had not reached the stage where he could condense his divine sense. The soul-devouring snake's eyes were formed from soul power. Once it unleashed a divine sense attack, how could the average cultivator endure it? Not to mention Shui Pingji, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Sane King realm. Even a cultivator at the late stage of the Buddha light realm would be affected. Young hero Qin, let's go and help. When Yuming looked at the fierce battle anxiously, Qin Fen hurriedly put away his thoughts and said, "In a while, don't look at the giant snake's eyes. Also, those guys are not good people. Be careful." After Qin Fen finished speaking, he flew into the battle. One Yiming was stunned at the top of the tree, feeling a little strange about Qin Fen's last sentence. In fact, Wen Yiming had a good impression of Shui Pingji, but since Qin Fen had said so, he naturally trusted Qin Fen more. Boom! A loud sound suddenly exploded in the battlefield. Qin Fen's figure had just arrived when he casually slashed down with his saber. The saber's shadow fell on the body of the dazzling Soul Eater snake, but did not leave a wound on its body. The scales on this giant snake's body were very hard, like small rocks growing on it. Alchemy King Qin, you became an alchemy king at such a young age, and your martial cultivation realm is also so high, it really makes people envious. Qin Fen retreated with one move, and Shui Pingji also stopped his attack and jumped to his side. Back at the Sage King exchange, Qin Fen deliberately hid his strength, only showing the strength of a first-stage Sage King, which was why he was looked down upon by the other cultivators. Now that he had seen Qin Fen's true strength, a complicated look flashed in Shui Pingji's eyes. Qin Fen smiled and did not say anything, his gaze falling on the battlefield. He had long discovered that the people leading the attack on the dazzling Soul Eater snake were not Shui Pingji, but two disciples of the Shui family. Those two had clearly stepped into the 9th stage Sage King, and their strength was much stronger than Zhao Lei of the Celestial Crane Mountain. As for Shui Pingji, he seemed to be deliberately hiding his strength, only attacking from time to time. The intensity of the attack was completely insignificant. Boom! The two Shui family cultivators fought side by side, both using long swords as their weapons. Their sword techniques were sharp, and with a wave of their hands, thousands of sword rays enveloped the giant snake. But although the sword chi was fierce, it could not pierce through the hard scales of the dazzling Soul Eater snake. This beast is really difficult to deal with. Its scales are good refining treasures. If I can refine a set of snake scale armor, its defense will definitely be amazing. Shui Pingji made another symbolic stab, then immediately retreated to Qin Fen's side. Although Qin Fen had displayed his true strength, he did not attack with his full strength. His attacks were only the destructive power of an ordinary 8th stage Sage King, and he had killed a 9th stage Sage King, Zhao Li, not long ago. This dazzling Soul Eater snake is very difficult to kill. It is easier said than done to take away its scales. Qin Fen played along with Shui Pingji. Pale Monarch Qin is right. We do not have extravagant hopes of killing this beast. We just need to drive it away, Shui Pingji said. Qin Fen's saber fell, and a crack several hundred meters long immediately appeared in the grass. I think it is not easy to intimidate this giant snake. Is Senior Shui still holding back? Why don't you use it as soon as possible and end this battle earlier? Shui Pingji smiled. To be honest, Pil Monarch Qin, I naturally have some trump cards, but I can see that Pil Monarch Qin is also holding back. Why don't we both use our full strength, and after scaring away that beast, we can harvest the psychic grass together? Qin Fun's expression did not change, and with a thought, a white light shot out. Boom! The cloud-piercing arrow was so fast that even Xue Pingji could not see what it was. The dazzling soul-eater snake's abdomen was hit by the arrow, and one of its scales actually fell off, eliciting a wave of cries from the Xue family disciples. Pale Monarch Qin is indeed powerful. This attack can easily kill an early 9th stage Sage King cultivator. Pale Monarch Qin is starting to get serious. We can't drag him down. The Xue family disciples became more alert, and their attacks became even more ferocious. After the arrow, Qin Fun smiled at Xue Pingji. Senior Xue, I have already attacked without holding back. You should also begin. Chapter 1639. The surprise in Xue Pingji's eyes quickly disappeared, and he smiled at Qin Feng. Ha ha! Alchemy Monarch Qin is indeed holding back. Although you are a level 8 Saint King, your strength is comparable to a level 9 Saint King. Being able to see through his strength, Xue Pingji was shocked. He had held back even when he was a level 9 Saint King. If he used his full strength, he could even fight a peak level 9 Saint King. I am just a level 9 Saint King, far weaker than Senior Xue. I will need to rely on Senior Xue's full strength to drive away that level 5 monster. Xue Pingji's heart relaxed. He realized that he had been too cautious. How could a mere Qin Feng do anything to him? As for Wen Yiming, he was not even worth mentioning. Good. Let's all use our full strength to drive away this monster as soon as possible. As soon as Xue Pingji's voice fell, he had already flown to the top of the snake's head. He held a pink spirit sword in his hand, and as he swung it, thousands of sword rays shot out, and a violent aura swept through the entire forest. Rumble! A series of loud noises exploded on top of the snake's head. From this attack, it could be seen that he had indeed hidden his strength. Eldest senior brother is also going all out. Everyone, don't drop the ball. Humph! A mere monster is no match for Alchemy Monarch Qin and eldest senior brother. Qin Feng and Xue Pingji boosted the morale of the Xue family disciples, and their attacks became more ferocious. The weakest of the Xue family disciples was a level 6 Saint King. Everyone's joint attack was amazing, and when Yiming, who had just stepped into the level 1 Saint King, was already dumbfounded. Hiss hiss! The snake's roar constantly came from the forest. Although it was comparable to the Buddha Light initial stage, it was a little powerless against several powerful cultivators at once. Moreover, they did not want to kill this monster, they just wanted to drive it away. Therefore, facing the attack of the snake, they would hide if they could, and only attack when they found an opportunity. This kind of guerrilla warfare soon put the snake at a disadvantage. When it attacked the cultivator in front of it, the cultivator behind it would attack it. When it turned to deal with the cultivator behind it, the cultivator in front of it would attack again. Little demonic beast, I'll spare your life today. Hurry up and leave. Seeing that the flower-eyed soul-devouring snake's aura had weakened a lot, Xue Pingji's sword burst out. It was as if a hurricane had swept through the forest, surging towards the soul-devouring snake. The giant python let out a strange cry of unwillingness, but it did not last long in the sword wind. It turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Rumble! The explosions in the jungle continued. The Xue family disciples withdrew their attacks. Their bodies were dripping with sweat, and some of their faces were deathly pale. It was clear that this guerrilla warfare had consumed far too much of their true essence. Xue Pingji's imposing aura had also weakened a lot. As soon as he landed, he poured a few pills into his mouth to restore his true qi. Then he sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing for a moment before standing up. Pill King Qin, now that the beast has been driven away, I believe it won't appear for a while. Xue Pingji smiled. Qin Feng looked at the spirit communicating grass on the ground and went straight to the point. Many thanks to Senior Xue and the other Xue brothers for joining forces this time. Let's start picking the spirit communicating grass now, lest the beast recovers from its injuries and rushes back. Qin Feng swept a few glances over the ground. We need more spirit communicating grass in that half. Give it to Senior Shui and the others. The spirit communicating grass in this small area belongs to me and Brother Wen. Does anyone have any objections? In the end, the Shui family was the main reason they were able to drive away the flower-eyed, soul-devouring snake. Qin Feng was not a greedy person. He felt that his division was very reasonable. But just as he was about to bend down to pick the spirit communicating grass, Shui Pingji suddenly laughed. "Ha! Pill King Qin, don't be in a hurry to pick the grass. That beast won't return so soon anyway." Qin Feng stood up straight again, his expression turning slightly cold. He had long since realized that Shui Pingji was up to no good. Could this person be planning on shedding all pretense of cordiality? "Senior Shui, is there anything else?" "Pill King Qin, I want to know just what use the spirit communicating grass has. Otherwise, it'll be like trash even if we pick it back. Wouldn't that be a waste of precious ingredients?" Shui Pingji smiled. "The spirit communicating grass is the main ingredient for refining the spirit surge pill. I believe Senior Shui knows about the spirit surge pill." Qin Feng did not hide anything. The moment he said this, the Shui family disciples were instantly stirred. They had all heard of the spirit surge pill. It was an almost extinct immortal pill that had disappeared for hundreds of years. Rumor had it that it could allow cultivators without spiritual roots to develop spiritual roots. "Pill King Qin, you're not joking, right? These weeds growing everywhere can be used to refine the spirit communicating pill?" "That's not right, Pill King Qin. Even if these spirit herbs can be used to refine the spirit communicating pill, the recipe for that kind of immortal pill has long been lost. No pill refiner in the entire North Sand continent knows how to refine it." The Shui family disciples were all doubtful. Others might not know how to refine it, but that didn't mean Qin Feng couldn't. Shui Pingji's expression changed. He suddenly looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Pill King Qin, since you risked your life to pick the spirit communicating grass, does this mean that you definitely know how to refine the spirit communicating pill?" The Shui family disciples suddenly came to their senses. Eldest senior brother's guess was very reasonable. Since Qin Feng revealed the secret of the spirit communicating grass, he didn't hide the fact that he could refine the spirit-rushing pill. He felt that Shui Pingji was hiding something. Qin Feng wanted to expose his true colors. "That's right, I can refine the spirit-rushing pill." When he said this, the Shui family disciples were completely stunned. Shui Pingji's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, but it quickly dimmed. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes shone again. "Pill King Qin, can the effects of the spirit-rushing pill stack? In other words, will cultivators with spiritual roots develop a second type of spiritual root after consuming this pill?" Shui Pingji asked anxiously. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but he quickly regained his calm. "Logically speaking, it's possible. However, there's a chance of forming a spiritual root. It doesn't mean that consuming the spirit-rushing pill will form a spiritual root. Haha. All right, then you don't need to pick the spirit communicating grass." Shui Pingji suddenly laughed. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. "Elder Shui, what do you mean by that?" Shui Pingji seemed to have changed into a different person. He revealed a playful expression and stared at Qin Feng arrogantly. "What do I mean? Of course, I want you to help me refine the spirit-rushing pill. Also, take out all the pills on you. I know you still have the soul-condensing pill. As long as you obediently listen to this old man's orders, this old man can spare your life." Shui Pingji revealed his foxtail, but Qin Feng didn't have much of a reaction. This was all within his expectations. Instead, Wen Yiming suddenly flew into a rage. He pointed his sword at Shui Pingji and roared, "You old thing! So you've been plotting against young hero Qin all this time. Believe it or not, I'll fight it out with you. Chapter 1640. Xue Pingji laughed loudly, not putting Wen Yiming in his eyes at all. Ha ha! An ant like you dares to make a move against this old man? Wen Yiming was a bit nervous. He knew Xue Pingji wasn't boasting, but the truth. Even so, he still pulled out his sword and stood in front of Qin Feng, looking as if he had already disregarded life and death. Yo, your realm isn't high, but your backbone is quite high. Fine. This old man will give you a quick death. Xue Pingji's expression turned cold and was about to attack. Qin Feng hurriedly stopped him. Elder Xue, please wait. I promise to help you refine the spirit surge pill. Young hero Qin, don't worry about me. These people are all beasts in human form. Dying in battle is better than submitting to them, Wen Yiming shouted anxiously. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't really going to submit, but he could only put on an act. Brother Wen, you have to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof. Don't say any more. Your life is the most important. Xue Pingji laughed loudly. He had been rejected by Qin Feng once on the airship, so he had always held a grudge. Now that Qin Feng was as obedient as a little brother, it greatly satisfied his vanity. This was the existence of an alchemy king. Haha, alchemy king Qin, that's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. As long as you help me refine the spirit surge pill and hand over all the pills on you, I can guarantee you and that friend's life. Wen Yiming glared at Xue Pingji angrily, clearly not believing his nonsense. Qin Feng nodded, already sitting cross-legged on the ground. All right, I'll start refining the pill now. Have your junior brothers help me pick some spirit communication grass. Without needing Xue Pingji's order, the Xue family disciples rushed off to pick the spirit communication grass. Xue Pingji stood to the side, watching Qin Feng at all times, in case he played any tricks. Alchemy King Qin, are these spirit communication grass enough? Not long later, 3 Xue family disciples rushed back. Among the 3, one was a level 9 Saint King, while the other 2 were only level 6 Saint Kings. Qin Feng glanced at Xue Pingji, who was staring at him. Qin Feng took out a jade bottle and threw it over. Xue Pingji was slightly taken aback and caught the jade bottle. What does this mean? Xue Pingji didn't open the jade bottle to check. Instead, he stared at Qin Feng. Senior Xue has always wanted the Vitality Transformation Pill. There are 6 Vitality Transformation Pills in this bottle. It's enough for you to break through to the first change of Buddha aura. Qin Feng's voice was calm. The Xue clan's disciples cried out in alarm. That was a king-grade transformation pill. Xue Pingji could no longer remain calm, and the hand holding the jade bottle was trembling. Although he suspected that Qin Feng was playing tricks, he still couldn't help but open the jade bottle. A burst of rich pill fragrance instantly floated out. Xue Pingji was very familiar with the smell. It was the pill fragrance of the soul transforming pill. Haha, it really is a bottle of origin transformation pills. This old man can finally break through the Buddhist aura. Xue Ping had been stuck at the peak of the 9th stage Saint King realm for a long time, and now that he suddenly had hope of stepping into the Buddha light boundary, his heart was filled with indescribable joy. For a moment, he even forgot to keep an eye on Qin Feng's movements. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out at this moment. Qin Feng's large hand slammed out, and the 2 junior brothers who were staring at the pill in Xue Pingji's hand immediately exploded. The other 9th stage, Saint King Realm Middle Stage disciple came to his senses and hurriedly stabbed at Qin Feng with his sword. However, halfway through his movement, a pink flying sword pierced through his heart, and he was forever frozen in place. Not good. The one surnamed Qin wants to rebel. The other 2 disciples suddenly woke up. One of them was a 7th stage Saint King, and the other was a 9th stage Saint King. By the time the 2 shouted, Qin Feng had already controlled the flying sword to shoot out. With a loud bang, the seventh stage Saint King realm disciple died. Qin Feng, this old man wants you to die a horrible death. Seeing 4 junior brothers die tragically on the spot in the blink of an eye, Xue Pingji's eyes turned blood red, and he slashed out with his sword. Qin Feng's attack was so fast and fierce that Wen Yiming still had not recovered from his shock. He knew that Qin Feng's current realm was very powerful, but when he saw with his own eyes that Qin Feng could kill a 9th stage Saint King realm middle stage powerhouse, Wen Yiming couldn't believe it. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light enveloped the ground like a huge net falling down. Wen Yiming didn't even have the ability to resist, and under the impact of the huge sword qi, he directly knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Qin Feng asked anxiously, "Brother Wen, are you okay?" Wen Yiming's voice was weak. "Young hero Qin, don't worry about me, you should leave first. Wait for me to break the sword net, quickly find a place to hide." How could Qin Feng leave Wen Yiming alone? However, Wen Yiming's current realm was too low, and staying here would only drag him down. Qin Feng roared angrily, and he swung a golden long blade in his hand. The blade swept out, and it was like a huge dragon soaring into the sky. The blade light and the sword shadow collided in midair, and a loud bang shook the heavens and earth. Wen Yiming couldn't bear the pressure of such a powerful aura at all. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Qin Feng didn't have time to waste, and he grabbed Wen Yiming's collar and threw him out. Wen Yiming flew out through the crack created by the golden phoenix. Boom! Without any worries, Qin Feng swung his blade again. After he stepped into the 8th realm of Saint King, the power of the golden phoenix's attack had increased by who knew how many times. The sword net in the sky continued to explode, and in the end, its momentum dissipated. Xue Pingji's face turned cold, and he swung his sword towards Qin Feng again. "Xue Zheng, go kill that surnamed Wen." Xue Pingji's roar spread out. He deliberately trapped Qin Feng here and let his junior brother chase after Wen Yiming. Xue Zheng was a 9th realm Saint King intermediate stage expert, and Wen Yiming couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. "Eldest senior brother, hold on. I'll help you after I kill that surnamed Wen." Xue Zheng shouted. Xue Pingji was infuriated. "Bullshit, it's just a mere Qin Feng. I can kill him by myself." Xue Zheng didn't say anything more, and he flew in the direction that Wen Yiming had left. However, just as his figure was in mid-air, a white light flashed and flew past his body. Swish! The wind was piercing, and a white mist was left in the sky. Xue Zheng's eyes showed a touch of fear, and he felt that he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. What happened? Xue Pingji realized that something was wrong, but he didn't see what had just flown out. "Eldest senior brother, a flying arrow almost pierced through me. It was extremely fast." Xue Zheng's voice was trembling, and for a moment he even forgot to continue chasing after Wen Yiming. "Surnamed Qin, you're courting death." Xue Pingji was furious. He was a dignified 9th realm Saint King powerhouse, but when he was fighting with Qin Feng, the latter could actually divert his attention to deal with Xue Zheng, which was an insult to him. Xue Pingji no longer held back, and with a wave of his sword he created a dense sword net and shouted at the stunned Xue Zheng in the sky, "What are you waiting for? Quickly kill that surnamed Wen." Xue Zheng was still a little worried, but he had to obey his eldest senior brother's orders. Just as the flying sword under his feet shot out, another loud sound came from behind him. This time Xue Zheng couldn't dodge, and his entire right arm was blown up by the cloud-piercing arrow. Chapter 1641. Boom! There was a violent explosion and blood spilled all over the ground. Xue Zheng's broken arm fell at Xue Pingji's feet, scaring him into retreating. Qin Feng once again used the cloud-piercing arrow to stop Xue Zheng, but because he was distracted, he was hit by Xue Pingji's sword and fell to the ground. Young hero Qin, are you okay? When Yiming saw this, he hurried back. Qin Fen was speechless. He stopped Shui Zhang at the expense of getting injured, just to let Wen Yiming leave. However, Qin Fen could not get angry. He knew Wen Yiming's intention. Ah, eldest senior brother, my hand is crippled. You have to avenge junior brother. Shui Zhang fell under a big tree, clutching his bloody broken arm and screaming in pain. Although losing an arm was not fatal, it would make the aura in his body chaotic for a while. Surnamed Qin, I will make you wish you were dead today. Shui Pingji was completely enraged and stabbed with his sword. Wen Yiming raised his long sword to block, but Qin Fen pulled him behind him and slashed with his saber. Rumble! The saber light split the air, and Shui Pingji was forced to take 2 steps back. The net of swords exploded, and the violent aftershock caused the ground to shake slightly. You're not a Saint King 8th Realm? You have also stepped into the peak of Saint King 9th Realm? Shui Pingji was shocked. Qin Fen had used all his strength in that strike, just now. Even he did not expect it to be so powerful. He had a deep understanding of his own strength. It was no weaker than an ordinary Saint King 9th Realm powerhouse. This strike gave Qin Fen confidence. Taking advantage of Shui Pingji's shock, he turned his golden saber and slashed out. Boom! 100-meter-long saber light shot out like an arrow and cut the space in front of Shui Pingji. Shui Pingji had just jumped up, and before he could even attack with his long sword, he was knocked back to the ground again. Wen Yiming and Shui Zhang were dumbfounded. They did not expect that even Shui Pingji was not Qin Fen's opponent. The two were a little confused about Qin Fen's thoughts. Since he was so powerful, why did he play so many tricks before? Qin Fen could not hear the thoughts of the two, otherwise he would be depressed to death. He had just broken through to the Saint King 8th Realm not long ago and had not had the opportunity to show his skills, so he did not know how powerful he was. I didn't want to kill you all, but you asked for it. Qin Fen wasn't in a hurry to kill Shui Pingji. He leaped onto Shui Zhang's head. The golden blade in his hand fell, and Shui Zhang was so frightened that he wanted to escape. However, before he could stand up from the ground, his body had already been split into 2 halves. After killing Shui Zhang, Qin Feng leaped up again and arrived at the place where Shui Pingji had landed. There was a huge pit here, but Shui Pingji was not inside. A gust of wind suddenly came from behind Qin Feng. His expression changed greatly, but before he could react, he was sent flying. Whoosh! A wave of heat spread out from Qin Feng's back. Wen Yiming's face was filled with shock. Young hero Qin, your body is on fire! Qin Feng hurriedly rolled on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, this method was clearly not feasible. The flames were incomparably ferocious and were definitely not ordinary natural fire seeds. Qin Feng, you're conserving your strength, but do you think I'm not conserving my strength? Haha, today is the day you die. Shui Pingji's laughter echoed in the forest. A flame shot out, and any tree that was touched by the flame instantly burned, forming a circle of fire. There was a human figure in the flame. When Wen Yiming saw the other party's face, he was shocked. It was actually Shui Pingji. You're actually a cultivator with a fire attribute, spirit root. No wonder you asked me if the spirit surge pill was still useful for cultivators with spirit roots. Qin Fen suddenly understood. Shui Pingji laughed, haha. So what if you know now? Don't you think it's already too late? At this time, Qin Fen's clothes were burned, but he stood motionless in the flames as if nothing had happened. Shui Pingji sensed that something was wrong, and his expression changed greatly. How can you be fine? How is this possible? Shui Pingji was in disbelief. These flames were produced by his fire attribute cultivation method. They were dozens of times stronger than the flames produced by ordinary cultivators using inner qi. They were not inferior to the flames of the beast race. You want to burn me with such a weak fire seed? Aren't you kidding me? Qin Fin didn't expect Xue Pingji to have a backup plan. This old man was very cunning. However, after knowing that his opponent had a fire attribute spirit root, Qin Fin laughed inwardly. He really ran into the muzzle of his gun. Rumble! A loud noise exploded on Qin Fin's body. The flames on his body suddenly soared tens of meters high, several times stronger than before. Wan Yiming and Xue Pingji's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of them. They couldn't figure out what was going on. This flame is definitely not an inner spirit fire or a beast fire. This is a heavenly flame? Xue Pingji suddenly cried out involuntarily. As a cultivator with a fire attribute spirit root, he was very familiar with flames. Heavenly flame? Wan Yiming also cried out. He had only heard of this kind of thing after coming to the divine continent, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. On Qin Fin's body, clusters of purple flames danced in the wind. These flames seemed to have a spiritual consciousness. Wan Yiming and Xue Pingji could even feel them breathing. You guessed it right. This is the purple serene flame, ranked 5th on the divine continent. Qin Fin said. Xue Pingji's expression changed dramatically. He even forgot that he was still in a life-and-death battle. In front of the purple serene flame, he felt a sense of despair. This kind of flame was much more powerful than the fire attribute cultivation method he cultivated. It was on a completely different level. Rumble! Qin Fin didn't waste any more time and struck out with his palm. The purple serene flame instantly condensed into a fire dragon and enveloped Xue Pingji. The loud sound of the burning flames was terrifying. Xue Pingji screamed in pain and hurriedly circulated his inner qi to force out the purple serene flame. Qin Fin seized this opportunity and slashed with his golden saber. Rumble! The entire island shook. In a violent explosion, Xue Pingji's body was blown to pieces. He was already dead. Young hero Qin, are you all right? Qin Fin sat on the ground. Although this battle seemed easy, it had consumed too much of his inner qi. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a short rest. Qin Fin casually grabbed a handful of healing pills and blood-restoring pills and swallowed them. Wan Yiming stood by his side to protect him. After a while, Qin Fin's complexion was much better, and he slowly opened his eyes. Brother Wan, pull out all the psychic grass. We'll go deep into the jungle to find that rank 5 beast. Wan Yiming was startled. He looked at Qin Fin in surprise and said, Young hero Qin, why are we looking for the beast? Xue Pingji and those bastards couldn't even defeat the beast. We'll just die if we go there. Chapter 1642. Qin Fin didn't explain much. After all, the soul devouring wasn't something that could be explained in a short time. There were no advertisements. Wan Yiming was clearly against chasing the flower soul devouring snake. But seeing that Qin Fin was determined to go, he finally chose to follow. A large patch of psychic grass was uprooted. Qin Fin planted these psychic grass in the astral world. Seeing the empty space turn green, Qin Fin was very satisfied. These psychic grass were enough for Qin Fin to refine tens of cauldrons of spirit surge pills. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine pills to help Wan Yiming break through to spirit root. This could be done at any time, and that rank 5 flower soul devouring snake had to be eliminated immediately. It was slightly injured now, and when it recovered, Qin Fin wouldn't be its match at all. Sha. The two of them had already advanced into the depths of the forest. There seemed to be many insects and beasts hiding in the grass, and they would occasionally make subtle sounds. Young hero Qin, are we really going to fight that rank 5 monster? Why don't we go somewhere else to find spirit herbs? Wan Yiming had a bad feeling. He wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but he felt wrong to be killed by a monster for no reason. Qin Fin suddenly stopped, and his expression was grave. He also felt an aura of death permeating the forest, as if something was staring at the two of them and could attack at any time. Brother Wan, Hide on top of the tree. When the monster appears, don't come down. I'll deal with it alone." Qin Feng instructed and suddenly slashed out with his saber. A loud sound filled the air. The grass in front of him was cut down, and a large number of trees fell. Wen Yiming was already hiding on top of a tree. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his saber again and cleared the space behind him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With 2 slashes, the dense forest became an empty space. A strange roar sounded. The huge flower-eye soul-devouring snake had no place to hide anymore, and it came out from a row of fallen trees. "Young Hero Qin, the monster has appeared." When Yiming shouted, that flowery soul-eater snake was really huge. Its body was as thick as a person's waist. At this moment, half of its body was upright, and its head was almost touching Wen Yiming, who was at the top of the tree. Qin Feng's expression was incomparably solemn. This was a rank 5 demonic beast, which was comparable to a Buddha light initial stage cultivator. Even though it was injured not long ago, it was still a powerful existence. Rumble. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Feng hurriedly swung his saber. With a flash of golden light, the saber chi transformed into a long dragon and flew out, striking the front abdomen of the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake. After a loud bang, the soul-devouring snake's body did not have any wounds. Its body swayed vigorously in the air and quickly recovered to normal. Roar! This strike enraged the soul-devouring snake. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Qin Feng. A violent gust of air spewed out from the soul-devouring snake's mouth. Just this roar alone uprooted a row of trees. The tree that Wen Yiming was hiding in was not spared and was directly blown away. "A mere demonic beast. I don't believe I can't deal with you." Qin Feng was also furious. He swung his saber against the violent wind. A wonderful scene appeared. 100-meter-long golden saber chi hung above the soul-devouring snake's head. The snake opened its mouth and roared, even spitting out its bright red tongue. Waves of chi shot out from the soul-devouring snake's mouth, like a wall of chi blocking in front of it. One more strike. Qin Feng did not believe it. He gathered all his inner chi on his right arm and suddenly leaped up. The golden phoenix swung down. Rumble. The momentum of this strike was clearly stronger. The chi barrier above the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake's head shook a few times, like water ripples. However, after the shaking, the chi barrier was still not broken. Roar! Although the powerful saber chi did not injure the soul-devouring snake, it completely enraged it. The roar in the open space was like thunder, causing the ground to shake. The soul-devouring snake's body shook vigorously. The scales on its body were densely packed, like raindrops. Stab! Qin Feng did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly stabbed with his spear. The golden phoenix in his hand turned into the rainbow demon storm spear. Instantly, thousands of red spear lights shot into the sky like sharp arrows. When they collided with the scales, there was a series of loud sounds. Rumble. After the spear fell, Qin Feng was still not at ease. He followed up with a palm strike. Purple flames soared into the sky. The scales that were not hit by the spear lights immediately melted in the purple flames. A few balls of flames shot toward the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake. The huge snake's body shook for a while, and then it turned into a green light and disappeared. Ah, what was that? Qin Feng suddenly felt the bottom of his foot was pricked by something. When he looked up, he found that the bottom of his left foot had been pierced, and there was a bloody hole. Qin Feng did not even have time to treat the wound. A strong sense of danger came from under his feet. He jumped and landed on the top of a big tree. Finally, he saw the flashing shadow on the ground. "Little pig, what is that?" Qin Feng frowned. "Master, you don't recognize it so soon? It's the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake that was fighting with you just now." Qin Feng curled his lips. The little flower snake that was jumping around on the ground was a soul-devouring snake. The snake in front of him was as thick as a human and as tall as a big tree. Why was it like a small earthworm now? Master, the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake is probably afraid of your purple flames. So it transformed. Now that its body has become smaller and it's more agile, your purple flames can't hurt it anymore. Qin Feng understood. This time he really was a bit troubled. The flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake had become as small as an earthworm and moved very quickly. It would not be easy to kill it. Master, quickly chase after it. The soul-devouring snake is trying to escape. Little Pig yelled anxiously. Qin Feng instantly turned into a white shadow and disappeared. He stepped on his flying sword and followed behind the soul-devouring snake. The little snake used the grass and trees as cover. Its movements were very secretive, and Qin Feng almost lost it a few times. During this time, Qin Feng launched a few attacks, but unfortunately he was unable to hit the soul-devouring snake. He then tried to capture the soul-devouring snake's consciousness and subdue it. However, although the soul-devouring snake's body had become smaller, its spiritual power was still incredibly strong. When Qin Feng was subduing it, he was almost careless and suffered a backlash from the snake's consciousness. Seeing that they were getting further and further away and had already reached the deepest part of the island, Qin Feng became nervous. The sense of danger in this forest was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't know if there were other ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Little Pig, this won't do. Think of a way to trap the soul-devouring snake. Qin Feng communicated telepathically. Little Pig was silent for a moment, then suddenly yelled in surprise. Master, you can release the hunting pincer and let it disturb the flower-eyes spirit-devouring snake. Master will look for an opportunity to attack. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. The hunting pincer was now in its original state. It was only the size of an earthworm and moved very quickly. It was even faster than the little flower snake. However, Qin Feng was worried again. The little flower snake was a rank 5 monster with the strength of the early stage of the Buddha's light realm. The hunting pincer was clearly not its opponent. It might be eaten in one bite. Chapter 1643. Don't worry, Master. The hunting pincer is a 9th rank star beast and has an incomparably powerful devouring ability. It's already good enough that it didn't eat the dreamy-eyed soul-eater snake. How could it possibly be eaten by it? Little Pig said. Qin Feng was still a bit worried. But the hunting turtles are still in their initial state and have no attack power at all. I can't control the soul-devouring snake right now, and the hunting pincers can't even enter the soul-devouring snake's body. In the previous few life and death battles, Qin Feng and hunting pincer worked together to kill many powerful beings. However, in order to unleash the hunting pincer's ability, it must first enter the other party's body. Clearly, the current situation couldn't do that. Master, even if the hunting pincer can't devour the soul-devouring snake, it can still escape. Its speed is several times faster than the soul-devouring snake, so self-protection is not a problem at all. With Little Pig's guarantee, Qin Feng relaxed. With a thought, a black shadow landed on the grass. The hunting turtles hadn't come out for a long time and were extremely excited. It scurried around in the grass, its speed so fast that no one could catch it. Qin Feng couldn't see its silhouette either. He could only sense its location with his mind. Hunting turtle, I didn't let you out for fun. Hurry and stop that little flower snake. Qin Feng's face darkened. He discovered that the hunting turtle was wildly eating some spirit grass on the ground. Upon receiving the order, the hunting pincer let out a dissatisfied grumble. Its body suddenly leaped and turned into a black shadow as it chased after the little flower snake. The soul-devouring snake suddenly stopped. Its eyes were blood red, and it let out hissing sounds as it threatened the hunting pincers in front of it. However, the hunting pincer was not afraid at all. It also let out a strange sound and confronted the soul-devouring snake. The two insect beasts confronted each other for a moment. The soul-devouring snake became a little impatient and suddenly opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the hunting pincer. It was obvious that it had prepared this attack for a long time. Its body was like a flying arrow that was suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, it landed where the hunting pincers were and spat out a stream of venom, instantly corroding a large area of grassland into a wasteland. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The soul-devouring snake let out a strange cry. Its attack had actually missed, and the hunting pincer had run off to who knew where. Rumble. Qin Feng grasped the opportunity and willed the cloud-piercing arrow to descend from the sky. The barren land was immediately blasted into a huge pit. The soul-devouring snake could not escape in time and fell into the pit. Qin Feng swatted his hand, and the purple flames instantly ignited the ground. The entire crater and its surroundings were set ablaze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A strange cry came from the deep pit. It was the miserable cry of the soul-devouring snake. The sound did not last for long before it completely stopped. It was likely that the soul-devouring snake had been completely burned by the purple flame. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to go up and check. He waited for the purple flame to burn for a while before putting it away. The ground burned by the fire had turned into a patch of black soil, and not a single blade of grass grew in the surroundings. There was nothing at the bottom of the pit, but a pair of shining pearls instantly attracted Qin Feng's attention. "Master, that's the soul-devouring eye," Little Pig exclaimed excitedly. Qin Feng hurriedly took out the pair of beads. They were two round beads the size of glass balls, and there was a strange light circulating within them. The bead was intelligent and had its own consciousness. When Qin Feng used his consciousness to scan it, he felt a strong resistance from the bead. As expected, they are formed by the condensation of divine sense. However, the divine sense in this pair of soul-devouring eyes is too strong. I still have no way to refine them. Qin Feng seemed to be muttering to himself. Suddenly, a figure ran over from behind. Qin Feng instinctively wanted to attack, but he withdrew his attack midway. "Brother Wen, young hero Qin, are you all right? Where's that rank 5 demonic beast?" Wen Yiming heard the intense fighting and rushed over. Qin Feng put the pair of soul-devouring eyes into his storage ring, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "It's all right. The demonic beast has been eliminated. Let's find a safe place first. I'll help you refine a few spirit surge pills to help you break through to the spirit root level." Wen Yiming was overjoyed. He originally encountered the blood-evil Luo's Xue Fei and the others and fell into a desperate situation, but he didn't expect to run into Qin Feng. Now that everything was turning for the better with Qin Feng, Wen Yiming was once again filled with hope for life. The two of them started to walk back. Qin Feng kept feeling that there was an incomparably strong aura in the depths of this forest. Even though he saw many spiritual herbs while chasing the soul-devouring snake, Qin Feng didn't plan on picking them. "Senior Brother Lin, we're almost there. Last year, I found that strange formation in this area. We're here, we're here. Everyone follow closely." A clamor came from outside the forest. Qin Feng and Wen Yiming's expressions changed. Before they had time to hide, they were already discovered. "Everyone, wait," one of the people shouted. Qin Feng felt that the voice was a little familiar. The footsteps suddenly stopped. That person continued, "Who are those people inside? What are they sneaking around for?" Wen Yiming looked at Qin Feng anxiously, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Feng knew that since they were discovered, they naturally couldn't run away rashly. That would instead cause misunderstandings from the people outside. "We're cultivators from the North Sand Continent who came to the fallen god sea to search for treasures. If there's nothing else, we'll make a move first," Qin Feng said. The people outside heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them shouted, "They're cultivators from the North Sand Continent. Everyone, don't worry." Why do I find that person's voice so familiar? I can't think of who it is. All right, let's continue forward. Don't bother about them. The crowd walked over. Originally, both parties were busy with their own matters. But when they saw Qin Feng's appearance, the tens of cultivators were stunned. It's Elixir King Qin? It really is Elixir King Qin. No wonder I found his voice so familiar. I really didn't expect to meet Senior Elixir King here. The crowd was in an uproar. A few cultivators were so excited that they wanted to pounce on Qin Feng. Wen Yiming was dumbfounded. He sighed in his heart. Young hero Qin was indeed amazing. He could still be so famous in a place like the divine Supreme Continent. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He didn't want to be so famous. If he knew this would happen, he would have changed his identity after leaving the airship. But it was too late for that now. Just when the crowd was in chaos, a strong wind blew. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He even felt a strong threat of death. He quickly dodged to the side, but his arm was still slapped. Rumble. That palm's aura was shocking. It scared the noisy crowd into quietness. Soon, everyone found the cultivator who attacked Qin Feng. They were all in disbelief. Senior Mo Li, what are you doing? A cultivator frowned and asked. The one who attacked Qin Feng was the Red Flower Hall's junior elder Mo Li. Beside him was Tu Chi. The two of them had already guessed Qin Feng's identity. It was just that they didn't manage to catch Qin Feng on the airship. Later, the airship was attacked by a single-horned sea lion. Qin Feng escaped. Chapter 1644. Wen Yiming had not come through the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce's airship, so he did not know what had happened on the airship, much less recognize Tu Chi and Mo Li. He didn't care how high their cultivation bases were. When he saw one of them attack Qin Feng, Wen Yiming immediately raised his sword and stabbed forward. Whoosh! Wen Yiming did not hold back at all, and a surge of sword wind surged out. Many cultivators retreated in fear. However, Mo Li sneered and did not even bother to dodge. Instead, she lightly sent out a palm strike. A mere first stage, Saint King dares to attack this old man? You must be tired of living. Wen Yiming instantly felt a deathly aura envelop him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. It was as if his body was trapped by an invisible aura. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the invisible aura shook violently a few times before disappearing. Rumble. The loud noise was much stronger than Wen Yiming's sword, and many Saint King realm cultivators were forced to retreat more than 100 meters. Wen Yiming had no time to dodge and was sent flying. However, before he was sent flying, he saw a black shadow flash by. It was Qin Feng who had blocked Mo Li's palm strike for him at the crucial moment. Puff! Qin Feng retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Mo Li was still in the posture of striking out with her palm. She did not move at all from her original position. However, there was a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes. He was not as relaxed as he looked. After being struck by Qin Feng's palm, the qi in his body had actually been shaken into chaos. Humph! Boy, you really hid your strength well. It turns out that you have already stepped into the peak of the 9th realm Saint King realm. It's a pity that you ran into me. If you don't obediently return with me today, I'll make sure you die here. Mo Li's aura was arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. Among the 30 or so cultivators that came, his cultivation was the highest. This time, it was Mo Li who led the team to the depths of the island. Pil King Qin is actually at the peak of Saint King 9th realm? How is this possible? Tsk. What kind of monster was Pil King Qin? Becoming a king of elixirs before he's even 30 years old, and even his martial cultivation realm is so strong. It's really enviable. That kid is about to die. Why are you so envious? Many cultivators looked at Qin Feng sympathetically. To be able to achieve so much at such a young age, if he continued to grow, he would definitely become a famous figure in the northern Sand Continent. Unfortunately, Qin Feng seemed to have offended someone from the Red Flower Hall. This time, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Emily quickly adjusted her breathing and walked toward Qin Feng with a smile on her face. Qin Fen, oh Qin Fen, do you think I can't do anything to you just because the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce is protecting you on the airship? Now, aren't you still in my hands? Let me tell you another piece of good news. You've already angered Guild Master Long Outyin by escaping when the sea beasts were attacking the airship. Now, the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce has issued a warrant for your arrest. You can't go anywhere in the entire Northern Sands region. Emily lowered her voice so that only Qin Fen could hear her. Since the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce has put a bounty on my head, you still dare to bring me back? Qin Feng's expression was cold. Emily laughed and said, "Haha, you don't have to scare me. Our Red Flower Hall in the Northern Sand region is not a nobody. What's more, even if the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce comes looking for you, we can just say that you've already been killed. What else can they do?" Qin Feng inwardly cursed this old fart for being treacherous and shameless, but there was nothing he could do. The reason he attacked just now was to probe Emily's strength. However, Emily seemed to be completely unharmed from that palm strike. Qin Feng was completely unable to grasp his strength. However, no matter how strong the other party was, Qin Feng still wouldn't go back with them. If he did, he would probably be imprisoned in the Red Flower Hall for the rest of his life and have to refine pills nonstop every day. Enough nonsense, I won't go back with you. Qin Feng's attitude was resolute. Emily and Tu Chi's expressions changed. Immediately, 4 Red Flower Hall disciples surrounded Qin Feng. Seeing that a fierce battle was about to erupt, a wave of people rushed over from the cultivators on the periphery. "Senior Emily, please be lenient. I owe Pale King Qin a favor. I can't watch him be bullied by others." This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Qin Feng looked over and saw that it was actually Lin Hao of the Xianyuan Lin family rushing over with 4 disciples. Lin Hao cupped his fists at Qin Feng and laughed, saying, "Hee hee, Pale King Qin, it's great to be able to see you again. Many thanks to Pale King Qin's origin transformation pill. This Lin has already successfully stepped into the first transformation of Buddhist light." Lin Hao had gotten to know Qin Feng on the Holy King Exchange on the airship. At that time, Qin Feng's first origin transformation pill was exchanged with loose cultivator Zhong, Kuei's blood moonstone. Later, Lin Hao called Qin Feng to his room and used a wood spirit art to exchange for Qin Feng's second origin transformation pill. He also told Qin Feng the secret that all Lin family disciples had wood spirit roots. Qin Feng didn't expect that Lin Hao would stand out. He admitted that his relationship with Lin Hao wasn't that deep. Clearly, Lin Hao had taken a fancy to his identity as in Pale King and wanted to curry favor with him. However, Qin Feng wasn't disgusted. It was already very rare for him to stand out and help at a time like this. "Surnamed Lin, what is the meaning of this?" Tu Chi roared with a cold expression. Lin Hao purposely said that he had broken through to the first transformation of Buddhist light not long ago. His goal was to intimidate the people of the Red Flower Hall. In reality, Lin Hao was very nervous. He could see that Tu Chi was a first transformation of Buddhist light expert. As for Emily, her realm was definitely even higher. "Senior Tu Chi, please calm your anger. Junior just said that Pale King Qin has done me a favor. I can't just sit back and watch." "Bullshit, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you as well." Tu Chi roared angrily, and a powerful aura shot out from his body. The Lin family disciples were so scared that their legs went soft. They couldn't understand why senior brother Lin Hao wanted to get involved in this mess. Wasn't this courting death? However, Lin Hao had no intention of retreating. At a time like this, he needed to stand firm. Otherwise, in the end, he would offend both sides. Since Senior Tu Chi doesn't give me face, then don't blame Junior for not understanding etiquette. The smile on Lin Hao's face disappeared completely. It was as cold as frost. Tu Chi was half dead from anger. He was about to make a move when he saw a black shadow fly over. Pil King Chin, I am the 7-Star Monastery's junior elder, Suin. If Pil King Chin is willing to give me an origin transformation pill, I can help you avoid this calamity. The person who came was dressed in a long white robe. A string of Buddhist beads hung on his hand. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the air of an immortal. Su-en, what is the meaning of this? Tu Chi still hadn't calmed down from his previous anger. This time he was about to die from anger. The cultivators who came this time were all teams formed by various large sects and families. They were led by Mo Li and Tu Chi to explore. Originally, everyone followed Red Flower Hall's lead. Who would have thought that after Qin Fun's appearance, these people would start to rebel one after another? Mo Li's expression also became ugly. However, Suin pretended not to see it. He said unhurriedly, Senior Tu Chi, this time, we still need to rely on me, a formation master, to find the secret realm. I hope Senior Tu Chi can give me some face and not cause trouble for Pil King Chin before we enter the secret realm. As for your enmity after that, it has nothing to do with me. What do you think? Tu Chi was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He could ignore Lin Hao's existence and kill him, but he couldn't ignore Suin. Chapter 1645. Senior Su, you can't back out. Otherwise, everyone's efforts will be in vain. I heard that there are many spirit herbs in the fallen god sea's mystic realm, and the spirit chi is dense. Any cultivator who goes to the mystic realm will have a meteoric rise in cultivation. This time, the 2 seniors of Red Flower Hall generously provided the entrance to the mystic realm. We can't have internal strife now. Senior Tu Chi, Senior Mo Li, why don't we follow Senior Su's suggestion and put everything else aside? Finding the mystic realm is our top priority. The cultivators who were watching the show were no longer calm. The 7 Stars Monastery's disciples' departure concerned everyone's interests. Tu Chi and Mo Li looked troubled. How could they let Qin Feng go? However, if they insisted on capturing Qin Feng, this mystic realm exploration would be ruined. After some consideration, Mo Li sighed and gave Tu Chi a meaningful glance. Tu Chi immediately understood what she meant. Okay, finding the mystic realm is more important. Put everything else aside. Suin was overjoyed, but he looked at Qin Feng calmly. Alchemy Monarch Qin, can I have the essence converting pill? Qin Feng didn't stop him, which meant that he agreed with Su-en's decision. However, Su-en's actions made him unhappy. They both came out to help. Lin Hao did not say much, but Su-en used the yuan converting pill as the condition of the transaction. Or, if Qin Feng didn't take out the essence converting pill, Su-en would immediately turn hostile and return to Red Flower Hall side. Actually, Qin Feng wasn't afraid of Mo Li and Tu Chi. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could hide in the astral space to protect himself. However, this would put Wen Yiming and the Lin family in a difficult situation. This was the main reason why Qin Feng compromised. Take it. Qin Feng flicked his finger, and a milky white pill landed in Su-en's hand. A dense pill fragrance wafted through the forest, and many cultivators cried out in shock. But it's really the essence converting pill. That's a king pill. An alchemy monarch is indeed an alchemy monarch. A king pill is given out casually. It's really fascinating. I heard that Senior Su and couldn't break through to the Buddha light realm for many years. Now that he has this essence converting pill, he will most likely make a leap. Looking at the essence converting pill in his hand, Suin was so excited that he almost fainted. Lin Hao glared at him unhappily. Back then, he had used the wood spirit arts, mental cultivation method, and the Lin family's secret in exchange for an origin transforming pill. That despicable person had taken advantage of his precarious situation and obtained an origin-transforming pill with just a few words. Brother Lin, thank you for your help this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. Qin Feng cupped his hands and said. The dissatisfaction in Lin Hao's heart was immediately swept away. The reason why he stood out to help was to rope in Qin Feng, the Elixir King. Haha, you're too polite, Pill Monarch Qin. From now on, the Xianyuan Lin family will be good friends with Pill Monarch Qin. If Pill Monarch Qin needs any help, please don't hesitate to ask me. Seeing the two of them start calling each other brothers, Mo Li's expression turned cold. It's about time. Let's continue searching for the secret plains entrance. Everyone resumed their journey. Qin Feng and Wen Yiming walked with the Lin family. Brother Lin, what kind of place is this? Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Lin Hao was a bit surprised. Pill Monarch Qin, you don't even know about the secret realm? Qin Feng was embarrassed. He was not a native of the divine supreme continent, so there were many things he did not know. Ahem. I've been focused on comprehending the Tao and refining pills. I didn't pay attention to the outside world. I see. No wonder Pill Monarch Qin reached the peak of the 9th stage Saint King at such a young age, and you're even a Pill Monarch. Lin Hao did not hesitate and began to explain the divine Fall Sea's secret plane in detail. Legend has it that there's a secret plane hidden in the divine Fall Sea. There are many spiritual herbs and rich spiritual energy in the secret plane. It's a natural sacred ground for cultivation. Every year, cultivators who come to the divine Fall Sea to search for treasures hope to find the secret plane's entrance. Anyone who enters the secret plane will have a meteoric rise in their cultivation. Qin Feng and Wen Yiming listened attentively. If it was really as Lin Hao said, then this secret plane was really amazing. If the secret plane is so amazing, why didn't the other cultivators who came to search for treasures come? Qin Feng looked at the group of more than 30 people in front of him. He felt that something was wrong. Lin Hao smiled. Pill Monarch Qin, although many cultivators know about the secret plane, they don't know where the entrance is. This time, it was the 2 elders from the Red Flower Hall who found out about the secret plane's entrance and secretly organized us to search for it. The 2 talked along the way, and Qin Feng learned a lot of things. The group in front suddenly stopped. Someone exclaimed, Senior Li, there's not an inch of land in front of us. The trees have fallen. It seems that a great battle happened not long ago. Everyone stopped and looked around nervously. A few cultivators even took out their weapons and got into combat positions. Wen Yiming looked at the situation in front of him and almost laughed out loud. This was the place where Qin Feng and the flower-eyed soul-devouring snake fought not long ago. It gave these people a fright. Mo Li looked at the traces of battle and her expression became serious. This was clearly the destructive power of a Buddha light realm cultivator. However, the secret plane's entrance was not far from here. It was impossible to give up now. This battle should be the work of the beast race. If fierce beasts appear later, we just need to work together to drive them away. There's no need to kill them. Mo Li made a decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, no one wanted to leave. Wouldn't that be a waste of all their previous efforts? Mo Li and Tu Chi walked in front and led the group. Everyone followed carefully. Lin Hao and the others were also on high alert. Only Qin Feng and Wen Yiming looked calm. It was as if they were here for a vacation. After walking for a while, there were no fierce beasts or other cultivators. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wait. Su-wen suddenly stopped. The others immediately stopped as well. Senior Su, did you find anything? Tu Chi's face was red. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Everyone looked at Su-wen. He was a rank 3 array master. Whether they could find the secret plane's entrance or not depended on him. Su-wen did not say anything. He suddenly took out a few array flags and threw them out. The position of those array flags was very particular. As he exploded, the ground suddenly shook violently. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the empty space in front of them suddenly collapsed. Senior Sue, what's going on? The secret plane's entrance. This is definitely the secret plane's entrance. Great, we found the entrance. We're going to be rich. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, the crowd shouted excitedly. A few people had already run to the edge of the collapsed pit. Don't go over,